the very first episode with Mike, I had a pair of blue shorts. And I remember like looking at my knees and thinking like, man, my like legs just aren't very good on camera. So then I stopped.
Yeah.
And for the people listening in a conversation, that you said shorts today.
I thought we were both very clear that I was joking.
No.
No? Okay.
No, I'm always joking, so no one ever really knows.
Yeah.
I try not to take myself too seriously.
Sure.
Like, you'll walk around a lot of places and you'll see people that are just like 100% on all the time.
Yeah.
And it's like, hey, man, like when you go home, like you're not like that with your family.
Sure.
So this right here is what my kids get.
Yeah.
Okay.
I appreciate that. I get to see the true, authentic Fern.
Yeah, all the time. And
well, if it makes you feel any better, like this is the true, authentic Ryan.
Yeah.
I do wear this at home. I do wear this on the weekends. Like
Okay.
sometimes I'll take the coat off, but you know, it's 3-piece all day, every day.
And then you're being 100% serious.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Okay.
That is not a joke. Like if you run into me at the grocery store,
3-piece suit?
I'll be wearing suit and tie. Yeah. Like I said, usually sometimes I'll take the coat off, you know, a little bit more, unbutton the top, but go a little bit casual, you know.
So this is really interesting. So I like to quote former guests, right? And as Kim Jones would say, I want to take a half step back, right? So I want to talk about, and by the way, you have no idea what I'm going to ask you.
No, not at all.
You just
no prep questions, nothing like that. Just wing it the whole way.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what I like to do because, you know, frankly, like my opinion is if there's a pre-stage question, there's a pre-stage answer.
Sure.
And a lot of times, like, people like that because they can prepare. But what I like to see or hear are the things that you can't really prepare for. Or, you know, like Mike Tyson says, you have a plan until you get punched in the face.
That's right. Yeah.
Right?
Yep.
So I like to take the approach of when people show up, I have an idea of things that I want to talk about. I don't really share it anymore. I used to. But now it's like, for what? Right? So you can prepare an answer.
Yeah.
And now it's more so you get to hear people and see them for what they think, like, as they're talking.
Yeah.
And then the nice part about it is there's only a handful of ideas that I have. And then my curiosity would just kind of take me down rabbit holes.
Well, I love that. And for me personally, like prepared statements just feels weird. I like things to be more conversational. And frankly speaking, like most of us that have done this for a while, we have all of those prepared statements up in our head anyway. So like anything that we would want to talk about outside of sort of wild and crazy ideas, we're going to know sort of the high level 30-second elevator pitch. Mm-hmm. And then you and I can dig into the details, right?
So you've had the PR team prepare you for it.
That's right. Yeah.
But they couldn't prepare you for this.
I am the PR team that has prepared me for this. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So thinking of that, I want to go back to the very first event that I went to was actually Elevate. And this was a year ago. So not the one
that just happened.
Yeah, not that one, right? It was the first one that I had ever been to.
Yeah.
And historically, I can't get in because I'm a sales guy.
Just a random guy trying to sneak in.
Yeah, and I was living in Texas for a while. I was here for 20 years, went to Texas for 4 or 5, and then came back.
Nice.
You know,
welcome back.
Yeah, welcome back to the oven.
There you go.
So I came back, and I was like, man, I got to get out there. I got to meet people, right? So I go to this event, and I registered.
Mm-hmm.
And so I registered, and I get a message from Casey. And he messages me, and I'm like, oh no, I'm busted. He saw the domain. He knows.
That's right.
Yeah, you know, like I'm not a infosec professional.
Sure you are.
I'm like an adjacent.
Right? Let's talk more about that as we go into the conversation. But
okay.
Yeah,
I think everyone could be a infosec professional.
Yes, exactly that.
Right? But for me at the time, I'm like, oh man, busted. He's going to cancel my registration because I used is like, if you're in tech or whatever, use the free pass.
Sure.
So I'm like, all right. So then I thought to myself, he messaged me. There's obviously something going on that he's thinking. So I just throw it out there and say, hey, like I have a bunch of equipment, like photography stuff. If you want me to take pictures for you, I'll do it.
Yeah.
And he goes, that'd be awesome. Whew. right? Because I thought because I registered for free because they didn't want to pay. It was like $100 or whatever it was.
Yeah.
And free is better than 100.
Can confirm.
So I registered with the code. And then I figured I got busted. And I've never told him this story, by the way. So this is
I bet he would appreciate this.
yeah, this is a funny story. So I ended up getting in, taking the pictures. And I just show up. The only person I really know there is Mike because I met him prior. And a few other people that I, kind of know. But most people that go to that specifically aren't in the sales world.
Yeah.
They're kind of like client side,
Sure.
Professional side. They have the one of the events and you're on the stage. And I say to myself, man, this guy's got some swagger.
Thanks. I try.
And I remember it was one of the gray ones, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, man, okay. All right. Picture. Just grab a bunch of pictures. And then I throw them up on LinkedIn to like the different people that, I added a bunch of people that I knew were speaking. And say, well, if I get pictures of them, I'll just share them with the pictures or share the picture with them. Most people didn't accept the request. So most people didn't get pictures. For example, Jean never got her pictures because I had added her and then she never responded.
Yeah.
But now she does.
Yeah.
Right. So I get your pictures and I send them to you. And you actually responded.
Yeah.
And I remember thinking like, man, this is kind of weird because.
Why do you say that? Like, do people not typically respond to you?
No.
Interesting. Okay.
You know how hard it is to get people to show up?
Yeah.
And as I've been telling people, it's like, it's really hard for me to get people to show up so I can spend my money on their episodes.
Just to help promote them.
Right? Exactly, right? Yeah. And, obviously there's a benefit for me.
Sure.
Right? I don't want to, it's not lost on me.
It's okay. It's mutually beneficial. That's the best kind of beneficial, right?
Yeah. Everybody wins.
Yeah.
And so when I do these and like someone says they're going to show up and they don't, I'm like, all right, well, I just saved a bunch of money.
I feel like I'm being called out right now. Last time we tried to do this, I didn't show up and canceled on you like the day before.
No. There are people that I have asked and they're like, yeah, I'll get back to you. That's what I'm talking about.
And then they just never follow up.
Yeah.
Just totally ghost you.
I'll get back to you. So it's not the I will be there. By the way, elections happen.
Yeah.
Some other stuff happened and I can't make it.
There's been a few things since November of last year since we talked. So yeah.
So no, you're not being called out.
It's good.
It's right. At least not that I'm aware of.
Yeah.
At least not that I actually
consciously decided.
Yeah, consciously no, not at all.
Yeah.
It's just people that worry they say, hey, I'll do it. Let me just look into it.
Yeah.
Or it's along those lines of yes, right?
Yeah.
But no.
Yeah.
And I'm like, all right, cool. And then, I get to keep the money, not have to spend anything, and then I just move on.
Yeah.
So that happens all the time. And what I notice is that it's really hard to get people to show up. So now if I ask and I get a somewhat decent response, I might follow up once or twice.
Sure.
But after that, it's like, okay.
Diminishing returns of energy spent, right?
Yeah.
There's only so many times you can continue reaching out to someone where it's like, why am I wasting my time?
Yeah. And then everyone that comes in here, it's like, they come in here like, wow, this is actually a pretty cool setup.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, I know.
It's not like a murder basement somewhere, right? This is a legit podcast setup.
It is. And I think it rivals a lot of like high-end production quality.
Yeah, I mean, it looks really good. I appreciate all the effort that you've clearly put into this space. It's cool.
And Are
you going to play the cello? Is that like...
No, it's actually out of tune and it has the sound post broke. So I need to get it fixed. And then when we moved here, while we were in trans, heat kind of had broken and warped it a little, some of the seams. So it doesn't actually, it works, but it's definitely not ready to be played.
Do you play the cello though?
Yeah. So,
amazing.
So when Dan was here like a week ago, we talked about it. And so the background for the cello, cliff notes are, this is my first instrument that I purchased and I bought it with my own money. We went to Tucson to a place called Southwest Strings and I bought it and I played it all the way through high school. In college a little bit, but I wasn't in music in college. And in college, I focused more on like other things, partying. But
so was there like a wink and a nod when you say other things?
No. So
Mom, if you're watching, right?
So my roommates in college were really weird because they were the same roommates that I had in high school. It was mom and dad.
Yeah. That's good. At least they're very supportive of you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I lived at home with them, of course.
Nice.
I would ride. I had a motorcycle. I'd ride to ASU.
Yeah.
Park, or I had a car. I had a motorcycle, then a car, because it got too hot to ride the motorcycle.
I feel that.
So eventually, I'm there, parking, walking, and all sorts of stuff, but never played the cello when I was in ASU. But one thing I also never did at ASU was ever went to any parties. I went to 0 parties at ASU.
I feel like that puts you in the minority. Like
100%.
There's a ton of people that go to ASU specifically for
Just
that,
to
right?
party.
Yeah.
So what I did was I was up all night studying for like OChem, PChem, and all those kinds of classes, because we had OChem at 6:40 in the morning with Professor Gould.
Of course.
At ASU.
Yeah, that's brutal.
I remember I had to wake up and go, but it was the best part about it was whenever there was an exam, I could stay up the whole night, like amped up on Mountain Dew and beef jerky, and then go to Starbucks in the morning. At this time, I had my car, so I wasn't like, up all night. Yeah, go to ASU, drive there. Chaz just dumped into my shirt because I had like a quadruple shot of espresso,
like you do,
kind of like one of these, but
nice.
A long time ago.
Is this the part where it's like the advertising pitch of the show right now?
No. So this is actually a brown sugar shaken oat milk espresso, I think.
I do enjoy the brown sugar oat milk.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is all I get because I can't really have milk, so I get the oat milk.
The cortados are super good too. I don't know if you've had like the short shots oat milk. Yeah, they're really tasty.
No, so Starbucks doesn't actually sponsor, so we have to like cover the cut.
That's right.
So no one knows. But this is essentially what I would do in the morning, and I would go to school, and there were a couple of times I felt like I might have finished the exam and then like not made it to my next class, kind of thing.
Yeah,
but clearly it never happened.
Yeah.
But anyways, long story longer, I had this the entire time. I played it a little bit, but I didn't have a lot of friends. Right, my friends in high school were my brother's friends. I literally ate lunch with my brother and his friends. And then even in junior high, part of the story was, what I told Dan was, I would go to the music room, but I didn't have any friends. I didn't really fit in. And I would just go play the cello, and I would get extra credit for just playing.
That's really cool.
So I've had this cello for 25 years or so.
Wow.
And it was in the case out there, just kind of not in storage, but safe.
Yeah.
And I haven't played it in a while, but the reason I have it is because it's just another part of me.
You?
Right?
Yeah, for sure.
And there's a lot more to it, but that's kind of like the cliff notes.
Well, it's a great conversation starter, and it pulls the room together.
Yeah, and it's like right in the middle. If you get a chance to see the MTV Cribs version, you get to see it's the main attraction of the studio.
Nice.
And actually, the funny thing is everything in that video is the main attraction.
Of course, yeah.
And I did that. I did it kind of subconsciously.
Yeah.
But my thought was like, when you watch MTV Cribs, like they're showing you the plasma TVs, like this TV was $30,000.
All the stuff that says money on, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So in this thing, I just go around kind of pointing out everything, and the cello's in there. There's a funny line I think came up with on the fly. I won't say what it is, but I'll let you enjoy that. So that's the cello story. But when it comes to these events, it's really hard to get people to show up here. Yeah. So I just do my best to kind of show up, take pictures, and just say, hey, if you want it, great. If you don't, cool too. I'll just delete it.
Yeah.
Right. And I remember I took the pictures of you. I sent them to you.
Yeah.
And then I just messaged you. And then you're really big on the emojis.
Yeah. Yeah. You noticed that.
You're like the emoji guy.
I feel so. Part of that is because I feel like text is so easy to misconstrue, right? Like the context, the vibe of when you're communicating over text, it's really easy to misconstrue. So
kind of like how I thought we were supposed to both wear shorts.
Yeah, I thought we were supposed to wear shorts. I should have thrown some better emojis on there, right? Yeah.
It's all right. It's all right.
Honestly, I don't think I own a pair of shorts unless like swimming suit trunks count. But
do you swim in a 3-piece?
No, but that would be hilarious. We have jokes like multiple times. I should get one of those old timey like 1-piece bathing suits with like the stripes on it and the suit caps, right? Yeah. I'll have to look into that.
So part of it was like, oh man, he said he's gonna wear shorts. And then, like I said, sun's out, guns out.
Yeah.
I brought the tank top. Like I was committed.
You would have lost a lot of viewership if I showed up in shorts and a tank top.
You think so?
Yeah. Oh, for sure.
Nah, I think we would have broke it.
You might have broke the internet. Yeah.
We might have broke the internet. There's only a few things that break the internet. I think that would have been one for sure.
Yeah. It would have topped the list.
But you're here, and that's
Yeah.
all that matters, right?
Yeah. Well, and I will say that we can talk more as we kind of get into things, but that's like me. That's I show up, right?
Mhm.
And it ties into a lot of the things that I'm realistically trying to accomplish, which is like building a true community around the entire state.
Mhm.
How do we support protecting and defending all the things that we're trying to do? And if I don't show up, that doesn't work, right? And I've talked to, in fact, I was just at an event at GCU yesterday and last weekend, and just talking to people, right? Just saying like they're so appreciative of people, especially in our positions, just showing up and talking to them and participating in things.
Mhm.
And it would really detract from sort of the general message and the things that I'm trying to accomplish if I wasn't there.
Yeah, but even Mike Eccles
Yeah.
said he doesn't think he's ever seen you in anything but a three-piece.
Yeah, that's probably true.
And this is going back like 15 years.
Yeah. I can show you, probably started like you. I played an instrument in high school, and I was part of a jazz band back in high school and kind of into college. Again, sort of focused on studies in college, less on music.
Mhm.
But because of that, I kind of got into the whole like 30s and 40s aesthetic.
Oh.
And in high school, actually was like wearing zoot suits and stuff to play. So I played tenor sax and going up to shows and like wearing the fedora and the giant long chains and the two-tone shoes and yeah.
The black and white shoes.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
So this all started with zoot suits.
Yeah. I think that's where it really, really sort of came into its thing. And it's evolved over time. Like I've obviously, if I show up in a zoot suit to a business meeting, that's going to be a little weird. So, made it a little bit more professional.
To tighten it up a little bit.
That's right. Yeah, exactly.
Less long down to the knees.
That's right. Yeah.
Just up to the waist now, right?
That's right. Exactly. Yeah.
Oh. But I mean, but when you say you have to show up,
yeah,
right?
Yeah.
I mean, there's tons of people that show up, but they're not dressed with the three-piece.
That's fair.
So I guess a part of me was kind of curious. Like I told you, like you knew this question was coming, right?
Sure.
About the outfit, but I'm curious. A random thing. How much does it cost you for dry cleaning?
I don't add it up, partly because I'm scared of what the number's going to be. But yeah, it's a decent amount. I would say I'm probably dropping stuff off like every week, every other week. I've got enough suits and enough like components of suits to be able to sort of space it out a little bit. Mm-hmm. But yeah, it definitely adds up for sure.
Yeah, because I don't wear as many dress clothes as I used to. Spent a bunch of money, had a bunch of custom stuff made.
Yeah.
And then I put on some weight, like during COVID. And so now the buttons either bust or they're just not there anymore.
Yeah.
Right. So I don't really wear those outfits as often.
Happens to the best of us.
If I have to, I will.
Yeah.
But most of the time I won't because it's like,
well, it just makes you feel uncomfortable, right? And you want to feel good in what you're wearing, especially something like that.
Yeah, because there's nothing worse than when you like hummy boy it, that guy in a little coat.
Yeah.
So that's kind of my life, and even like that jacket I have over there, it still fits, but like if I put it on and I button it and I have to like tie my shoes,
it's starting to stretch a little bit.
No, like button is like being undone, and like I'm kind of like going like leaning down and just kind of like very rigid, like. Kind of not trying to like stretch.
I love whatever's going on here.
It's because it's like the minute my arms kind of wrap it like the back way down the middle.
Richard, what could happen?
Does terrible stuff. So I know what it's like to take clothes into the dry cleaner.
Sure.
And whenever I would go, I drop off like 5 or 6 shirts at a time. Yeah. I get a bill for like $30.
Yeah.
Or whatever it is. And then you find they have like $1 per garment or $5, whatever. But usually it's like $3 to $4 or $5 per item.
Yep.
And you have 1, 2, 3, 4 items on right now.
Yeah.
So
and usually multiple copies of these, right? Like I've got different pants that'll like swap in and out. Got a couple of different vests that go with the black suit, right?
Yeah. So you have all these things.
Yeah.
So when you stop by, like, I feel like this is a very painful conversation.
It's like $80 a stop at least,
Okay.
depending on how much I'm dropping off.
And has anyone ever asked you that before?
There have definitely been conversations of like, clearly you spend a lot of money on dry cleaning, right? Yeah,
Okay.
sure. No one's ever asked me like, how much do you spend on dry cleaning?
Yeah. Because
It's sort of assumed.
that's just like the curiosity part. It's like,
Yeah.
I know it's like there's people that spend $8 a day on coffee,
Yeah.
and there's people that spend $80 a week on their suits.
See, that's where I balance it out. I just make the espresso at home and they'll keep it cheap. Buy a big bag of beans from somewhere.
For $15.
Yeah, there you go.
Do you have an espresso machine?
I do, yeah.
What kind?
It's a Breville. It's one that I got a couple of years ago.
Yeah. Is it the Barista Pro?
Yeah, I think so actually. It's like the silver one, got the little milk wand on the side.
The little LCD screen in the middle?
Yep.
What, a single shot, double shot?
Yep, that's it. Yeah, it's great.
Guess who else has one?
I'm going to guess you have one too.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yep. It's loaded up with coffee beans right now.
Love
but yet I still buy Starbucks because today I was running late.
That's it, right? Yeah. It's nice and convenient when you got the time to do it yourself, but also nice and convenient to be able to stop and get a Starbucks.
Yeah. And what's really nice is I actually did the math on this. So a fun fact about me or my wife is she doesn't like wake up until she has coffee.
I feel like that's most people.
Well, when I say she doesn't wake up, it means I have to go get coffee. So
Gotcha.
I was waking up, getting ready, and driving to Dutch Brothers, Black Rock. She doesn't like Starbucks. Sometimes Dunkin'. Like if we're really feeling like we need like coffee, like
That's your slumming it coffee.
yeah, like if we just need dirt, we need dirt.
I need caffeine. I don't care what it is.
And there's like a few others by our house because we live where there's like within 2 square miles, like everything that we need is there.
Sure.
So we're like this bubble. And every single time I would go wake up and I go get coffee. And it was like $20 or $30 because I get hers. I'm like, oh, I'll get myself something.
And then maybe you want something to eat while you're there, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's like $30, $40.
Yeah.
And the worst part is you get to pay at Dutch Brothers and it says, what's going on today? Or when you order, they walk up to your window and they're just like, hey, how are you?
That's right. Yeah.
Right? They're just like,
I'm not nearly caffeinated enough to deal with this interaction. Like, give me my coffee first, right?
yeah.
Yeah.
And so like whenever I would go to Dutch Brothers, the lady would always say, so how's your day going today? I'm like, I just woke up.
It literally just started.
I'm literally here because my wife wants coffee.
Yeah.
Like, can you just put the coffee in the cup?
That's right. Why does this need to be a conversation?
Yeah.
Please just give me my coffee.
And it's like they had,
Hey, at least they're friendly, right? Like it's not them being total jerks about it.
well, yeah, but at the same time, it's like, do people want that?
Apparently they do.
So
They continue doing it. That's like their shtick, right?
it is, and it's really annoying because it's like, I don't know. I just don't want to be here right now.
There needs to be a Waymo version of coffee where you can just choose to not interact with people. Give me really good coffee that's made by a robot and I never have to talk to anyone, right? Just like put it in my mouth and let me caffeinate.
Well, what I do is I just roll up to the window, just roll the window up.
Jesus. They like knock on the window. You're like, yeah. Pretend you're busy. Yeah.
Grab the phone. Hello.
Right, yeah.
Okay, just whatever, right?
Just like start screaming at the passenger seat and no one's sitting there. Or just like put a mannequin in the passenger seat and start yelling at it.
Like, they never listen.
That's right.
They would definitely not talk to you.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Right?
Just it's prison rules. Just act like the crazy person and then they won't mess with you.
Is that prison rules?
Yeah, sure. Yeah. I'm supposed to I've never been to prison, so I'm not going to speak as an expert in the field, but the whole point is like you go in and you hurt someone the first day, so they think you're a crazy person and they just
Yeah. You gotta set the standard, right?
That's right. Yeah.
You gotta let them know who's boss.
That's apparently it's Dutch Bros rules now. You got to start yelling at your empty passenger seat so they don't talk to you.
Well, I don't go often enough to even try that. If I do, I'll let you know how it goes.
Let me know.
But
It's a good social experiment.
you figure $3 a day,
Yeah.
$100 a week.
Yep.
So $400 a month.
It's a decent chunk of change.
And then you look at these machines.
Yep.
And it's like, okay, so I get the machine, I can get the beans,
Yep.
and I can make as many as I want. I can actually have 4 coffees in one day.
That's right. Yeah.
like 2 double shots.
It is dangerous for sure, but it's also delicious.
And it's way cheaper. So here's the thing. I think there's 450 some grams in a pound.
Mm.
I did the math at some point. Like this 452 or 453, something around there, right?
Sure.
And if you're looking at 18 grams
Yep.
per shot,
Yep.
you get a good amount of shots.
Yep.
And I remember thinking to myself, okay, so that's, and then with the machine, you can do a double shot. So you can actually get a double shot of an 18-gram thing. So it's not like 18 grams of a single shot. You can get a double out of it.
Yep.
So I'm like, oh, geez, okay. So like, this is like this $15
Yeah.
bag of coffee,
Yeah.
organic, mold-free, from wherever part of the world that.
Well, and you can choose the kind of coffee that you want, the
Yeah.
flavor profiles, the roast, everything else, right? That's like, you get what you get when you go to Starbucks.
Yeah, you just get their, what do they call it, blonde roast. So there's all these options and all this money that you can save. So then I bought one.
Yeah.
And then now whenever I wake up, I just wake up and go downstairs,
Yeah.
make it and take it upstairs.
Nice.
And then that's my morning.
That's great.
So definitely like that you have a machine because it's like, feels like I'm doing something right.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, if us doing the same thing means doing something right, I'll take it. I also, especially once it gets into like the hotter months in summer, is just do cold brew. Like you get a container, throw a bunch of coffee grounds into like a filter and just like leave it overnight in the fridge.
Is that what cold brew is?
Yep. That's it. Yeah.
So it's not pressurized or anything?
Nope.
You just soak the beans in water?
Yep. Just do it for long term at colder temperatures, and that's it.
So that's essentially like how they make almond milk.
Yeah. Yeah, pretty much.
They just blend up the nuts with it and put it through like the filter, and then you get
almond milk. Yep.
Oh.
Yeah, it's super easy because I mean it takes like zero work. You can buy little things that are built specifically for it that have like a mesh thing that you put in the water, and you just throw it in the fridge and forget about it for 12 hours or however long you want it to sit there, and then you've got a gallon of cold brew that lasts you for as long as you want to drink it. Super convenient, and it's really good to be able to do it. I don't super like iced Americanos or iced shots of espresso, just like the spikiness of it, the acidic of it. That's way diminished in a cold brew. So,
is it? Okay.
definitely much nicer.
Okay. I'll have to try that because I've never made cold brew, never even Googled how you make it. I just figured they sell at the store and I could just buy it for $6.
Yeah. Now you can find the economies of using your own beans in cold brew as well.
How many beans do you actually need to make like a liter?
So it's definitely more than you would for like just a typical shot. I would say like a cup of grounds turns into like a liter of cold brew.
Okay.
It's not too bad.
So that's like only like 80 grams.
Yeah.
Ish. Because I think I think one shot is a quarter cup ish.
Yeah.
Right.
Maybe a little bit less, but yeah.
So it's essentially, yeah.
And of course, it depends on how strong you want it. If you want it more concentrated, and then you mix it with water afterwards. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I have tons of beans now because we kind of have like different ones that we can choose from. I'll have to try that out. But yeah, usually I just double shot almond milk or oat milk, a little bit of maple syrup.
Nice.
And if I don't do maple syrup, I do protein powder.
Nice.
Because, they get buff.
Yeah, that's right.
And,
yeah, that's right.
There was a time in my life where I was buff.
I believe it.
Not anymore. I mean, I'm probably stronger than most people, right? Like, not really bragging, but like,
sure.
I've thrown some weights around.
Yeah.
And now I'm just,
I mean, that muscle always exists, right? For the most part.
Yeah, you just can't really tell that it's there.
That's right. Yeah.
So, funny thing is, if you were to guess how much I weigh, what would you guess?
260.
Dang, no, it's like 240.
Okay.
260. That's pretty puffy.
You're buff. That's what it is.
No.
Muscular.
No. So most people would say like, oh, you're like 200, like 210 maybe. And I'm like, no, 240. But I don't know. To me, it just doesn't seem like I carry it. I think my wife says I carry it well. Because you see some people, they're like 240 and you're like, oh yeah, this like looks like 280.
Yeah, for sure.
Random thoughts. Like I said, this is what this is all about. Just
love it, man.
Random things.
Just riffing on everything. It's great.
Yeah, and I had a point earlier with, you know what? I found it.
Yeah.
With these events. And you said showing up, right? So part of me feels like for you show up a lot.
Yeah.
you might be the number one person when it comes to going to events.
That
But
that probably checks out. Sure.
but it's not just events.
Yeah.
I'm gonna tell you what I've seen,
Sure.
and I have some questions about that.
Okay.
Arizona Cyber.
Yep.
There are schools on reservations that you go to, TEC.
Yep.
Right. There's a lot of these things that arguably not a lot of people make time for,
Sure.
which is fine, right? Because people are busy, right?
Yep. People have limited time, right? And they choose where to spend it.
Mm-hmm. But what I find interesting about you is you're at a lot of these events,
Mm.
right? You're at a lot of the dinners, you're at a lot of the events. You're doing a lot of things for like what I would say is like I think the term is underserved
Yeah. Yep.
community.
Yeah.
I kind of, I'm sure there's a reason, right? But like was there a point where like for you, like you were in jazz, in music, did you wish that you had people there to help guide you?
I mean, that's a really great question, and I would say not just in music, but like in everything that I've done. And part of this comes from I grew up in Arizona. I was born and raised in Yuma, little town in the very southwest part of Arizona, and there wasn't a lot of stuff there, especially in like the 80s and 90s when I was growing up there. It
Mhm.
was very much a farming town, and you kind of had to make your own opportunities, right?
Yeah.
And I had more opportunities than most, but even then, like my mom was a teacher and my dad was, a cop in law enforcement and not super rich growing up, right? I
Mhm.
remember going to like the like secondhand or day old food stores to get groceries when we were kids and
Okay.
like just trying to make it by. And for a while when I was younger, my dad was out of work and it was basically just my mom like trying to get by on a teacher's salary, which yeah, not
Wasn't
great. Yeah.
wasn't much, right?
Yeah. So I feel like a lot of that has helped to influence me trying to give back, especially to those communities that I've grown up in and around, to make sure that there are those opportunities for people to try to talk to the underserved communities, and especially in the field and the work that we're doing now, right? In technology and cyber, it doesn't really matter where you live or what you do. It's a requirement for everyone, and it can be done from anywhere. So being able to go out and talk to people that like never think that they could get into a technology or cybersecurity career,
Mhm.
and like showing them that this is a possibility is super exciting for me.
Okay. I will say if there was a test and I had to answer what your motivations were, my first thought would be that you grew up poor.
Yeah, I mean that was a part of it, and I don't want to like heavily lean on that, right? Because I don't, and this is a testament to my parents. Like I don't feel like I grew up poor, right?
No, but
And
like relative to the other people, or maybe like to all of America,
sure,
you were definitely on the bottom half,
yeah,
right?
yeah,
Okay, so I was too, right? And so that's why when I see that, the first thing I think of is like I understand why.
yeah.
So like I was born and raised in Detroit,
Mm.
so a lot of people don't know that, and I was what was it? I was a 4.0 student. And I remember having this conversation with my parents one time. And it was my mom and my dad. We're sitting there talking. My brother's there, my sister. And I mean, I'm not in junior, I'm in elementary, junior high-ish age.
Yeah.
So fifth through seventh grade. Because we had moved out here when I was in eighth grade. That's where I found the cello and, started playing all the time. So think of fifth through seventh grade. And in my mind, the only reason I had straight A's was because my uncle would pay me $20 per A. And my
That's
parents would never give me money for getting
sure.
A's. It was
Yeah,
just a good job, that's what you're supposed to do. So I was always trying to make money.
yeah,
And the only way I could make money at the time was by getting good grades. So my uncle Rudy would give me $20. And then at a certain point, he stopped.
yeah.
He quit because I took all of his money. Or he just realized that there was never going to be a time where, grades came out and he wasn't, forking over some money. So anyways, we're having this conversation and I remember asking my dad, so hey, like, so what happens, when I want to go to college, right? Because I want to go to school to be a doctor. That'd be pretty cool. And my dad goes, hopefully you get a scholarship because we don't have any money for you to go.
Yeah.
And I was like, man. And I think that's kind of when it hit me was like, man, like if I don't continue down, like the reason I got the grades was because, maybe I'm just really good at test taking,
Sure.
but I had motivations to make this money.
Yeah.
Because they weren't ever giving me money. In fact, there were times where they would borrow my money, right?
Yeah, that's tough.
To cover things.
Sure.
So if they're borrowing $20 here, $20 there, I for sure know and realized early on that I wasn't going to go to college.
Yeah.
Unless I got there on my own.
Yeah.
And so, luckily I tested into AP, honors, whatever they call it now. I just got straight A's all the way through high school. I think I graduated with like a 4.8 maybe.
That's awesome.
Something crazy.
Yeah.
And it still wasn't good enough to get valedictorian.
Jeez.
I think I was ranked 18th out of like 1,000 kids.
Yeah.
In my graduating class.
It's still pretty good. Like, take pride in that, right?
Well, it was pretty good, but what bothered me was I wasn't in AP for freshman year. I started in sophomore year.
Yeah.
And had I started in freshman, I probably would have made it.
Yeah.
But there was a 4-way tie for valedictorian.
Oh, geez.
In my high school. Basically, Kevin, Kenny, Aaron, and Emily or the people.
I like that you remember their names.
Yeah. Well, a few of them are friends, right?
Good.
I haven't talked to them much recently, but yeah. Emily Foss, Kevin Jing, Kenny Chen, Aaron Kayumi.
Nice.
And so Aaron and Kenny were both in orchestra with me. Kevin went to Harvard. Emily's a lawyer now. Kenny's a doctor.
Nice.
I do podcast.
To be fair, you do more than podcasts.
Yeah. I like to downplay it.
Also, who's the happiest out of that group?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think there's times where I feel happy and there's times where I feel like, man, like, what have I done with my life? Right? Because now, so here, I'll give you a really good example. When I first started in tech sales, I was 24. And I've talked about this plenty of times where I never really reached out to executives. Like, say 10 years ago, I would have never messaged you.
Sure.
Because it's like, what am I going to sell? What can I teach? Nothing, and nothing. Right? So there's really no point.
Yeah.
So I never really did it. And now what I find interesting is the people that are in these roles are roughly the same age as me or within 5 to 10 years. Right? And I'm like, hang on a second. There's all these people that I've met that are executives. What's going on with my life? Where did I mess up?
But they're coming to talk to you. Like, they're making their time and spending it with you.
Yeah. So maybe there's something there, right?
Yeah.
So maybe I shouldn't, beat myself up on it so much. But I think to myself, like, man, like, where did I go wrong sometimes? Right.
I feel like we all feel that. Like, that's not just you. Even in my role and what I'm doing now, it's like, is this what I want to do? Is this where I want to be? Am I doing everything that I could be with my life?
Yeah, I think everyone has that.
Yeah.
It usually starts around 35.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
The midlife crisis.
Yep.
So I'm definitely, I wouldn't say I'm into the crisis, but I'm definitely like.
You like pre-crisis?
No. So I'm beyond 35. So I'm within the age group of crisis.
Yeah.
I just don't know if I've hit it.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like when you're speeding, but you haven't hit the wall. Like, I'm just speeding right now.
There you go.
So I haven't actually hit anything, but sometimes I think to myself, like, man, like, what happened? Like, what am I doing?
Yeah. My life go.
Yeah. But that kind of goes back to like maybe guidance.
Sure.
Right? Like, who's there to guide you?
Yeah.
And when I think about going to college, I went to AC for free because of my grades.
Yeah.
If you're in a certain percentage, you go for free.
Yeah.
So I made it. Right? There's not a lot of people that would have been that lucky.
Yeah.
Right? And I think for me, had I not had the good grades, I definitely would have went to school because I don't think I would have taken on the debt to do it.
Yeah.
And so I guess kind of like tying back to your stuff, the first thing I think of is like, man, like he definitely grew up in a situation where he probably didn't have as much people helping.
Mm.
Like for FAFSA, did you ever fill out that form?
Yep. Yep.
And you filled it out, didn't you?
Yeah, well, and I will say I did have like one person that helped a lot, especially because this is what she did, is my mom, right?
Mhm.
Like she was in education. She understood the importance of getting an education, of continuing to go to school, of getting good grades. Tying back to your story, like no one paid me for getting good grades in school, and part of that was because my parents didn't have money for it, but also because my mom was like, "You should just get good grades because you should get good grades, right?
Yeah.
You need to get good grades." And me as an educator, if you're not getting good grades, then I feel like I failed you as a parent. So
This makes her look bad, right?
yeah, exactly. So there was a lot of times where like she dragged me into classrooms where I was maybe not doing as well
Mhm.
and sat me down and talked to the teacher and was like, why is he not doing well? And the teacher would say, well, here's where he needs to do better. She's like, you're going to do that. It's like, great.
Thanks, mom.
Yeah, thanks, Mom. Yeah.
But you said you had one person though, and it was your mom, right?
Yeah, yeah.
But I would even imagine like in a lot of these like communities, like underserved communities, they don't always
They
have
don't
both
have
parents.
Yeah. Yeah.
So one, they might not have both parents,
Yeah.
and if they do only have one, or if they have both,
Yeah.
they don't necessarily have an out an immediate family member or someone that's not immediate family,
Sure.
right?
Well, and I'll just say, like, even working with a lot of the school districts that I did down in Yuma and the schools that my mom taught at,
Mhm.
there was oftentimes where, like, kids would go home and they don't have power, they don't have electricity, they don't have running water, and the only stability, the only place that they feel safe is that school that they're going to for, 8 hours a day. And it may be the only meal that they're getting that day is getting,
Oh, for
free
sure.
breakfast in the morning or free lunch during the day. And they go home, their parents are maybe they're there, maybe they're not, maybe they're busy working, right? Just trying to make enough to make ends meet.
Mhm.
And that's why I don't feel like I grew up poor is because like I heard these stories and saw these kids that were way worse off than I was.
Yeah.
And it's hard for me to feel like, oh, I struggled because I saw like literally the other half of it, right?
Yeah, but I think you can maybe if you can't necessarily say that you've been through the same situation, I think you understand,
Yeah. Oh yeah,
like
for sure.
like just from growing up in Yuma,
Yeah.
right? Like it's Yuma's not like Phoenix, right? Or Yuma's not like Gilbert.
Yeah.
I think I can say that with confidence,
Oh yeah,
right?
for sure.
So I think a big part of it is it maybe like the empathy part and understanding it, but also maybe like thinking back to your situation where it's like, hey, if I didn't have my mom, who could I have counted on?
Yeah.
And if I were to ask you that, if she wasn't there to do that, do
Yeah.
you confidently think
It would have been a lot harder for sure. I feel like I probably would have leaned on other mentors that, teachers or other people that I, sort of learned throughout my education in elementary school and junior high and high school. But I don't know, right? It's hard to say if I didn't have her pushing me to do those things or to become part of that, if I wouldn't have gone a different direction. Because I certainly had friends that went different directions, right? And they didn't have that support group.
yeah, when you say different directions, you're talking like criminal directions?
Yeah, like criminal stuff, drugs, right? Just like they didn't have a good life after high school. And part of that is because like parents weren't there or they didn't
Mhm.
have friends to help take care of them or they didn't really take education seriously and didn't really know what they wanted to do after they got out of high school. And, some of them did well and some of them didn't.
Okay. Yeah, but I mean, unfortunately, that's kind of like what happens in a lot of the time in these communities, right? Because even like for me in like Detroit, I got into I forget what they call it. It's called Clippert Academy, but it was like a special school. You had to apply to get in.
Mm.
I don't know if it was like for gifted kids or something, but it was something along those lines where you had to apply to get in.
Yeah.
I think I wrote an essay or something and I got in. And everyone in that school was just like me,
Yeah.
where they weren't necessarily like not necessarily like a Mozart, like gifted, and like it wasn't like a
Sure.
arts. It wasn't like a school of the arts.
Yeah.
I think if I look into it, I think it was more so a school geared for people that they felt had the opportunity or the potential, but may not have had the support system around them.
Yeah.
So I kind of built a school around this idea that if we can get all these kids together that we know might be able to, make it out of the system or the situation that they're in,
Yeah.
let's support them how the best way that we can, which is kind of like what this school was.
That's really cool. Being able to recognize potential where there aren't opportunities and give those opportunities to kids is really, really something.
And so my mom drove us every morning 30 minutes to go to school.
Wow.
We could have went to school like 5 minutes down the road.
Sure.
But she drove us because myself and my brother got in, and I think it was a big function of like financial stuff, but
Sure.
then also like the submission applications and all the other stuff. And that's where I actually picked up the violin. And then weirdly enough, my teacher, Mr. Nixon was his name, Peter Nixon. He was the orchestra teacher, and he would always say, hey, like, if you want to play an instrument, you should always maybe play the cello, because the cello has more. There's everyone plays violin,
Sure.
and if you want opportunity to get into college, you should play the cello. Now that, all right, cool. So me and another guy named Alan Terry, very good memory, by the way.
I see that.
We had started playing the cello,
Nice.
and so we sat next to each other. We played. He was way better than I was at the time. I think he went to college for music as well. But the main reason I picked up the cello was in the back of my mind. I knew that I wasn't going to go to college with my parents paying for it.
Mm.
And when he told me, hey, like, cello is where it's at, and if you really want a good chance, bass.
This will give you an opportunity.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So guess what else I picked up?
Bass.
Of course. So in
like true upright acoustic bass. Nice.
Mhm.
That's cool.
So I played bass. I actually had, in high school, I had 3 music classes, sophomore through senior year. So I had a morning class, which was like preschool, not preschool, but like pre-first period, which was, they called it Strolling Strings. So funny thing, have you ever heard of Lindsay Sterling?
Yeah. She's awesome. I love the combination of different musical styles like that.
So we went to junior high together.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah. And actually she rode my bus. So her parents live off of, or they used to, I think. Now her mother, I think her father passed away recently, from what I remember hearing about. But do you know where the temple is off of like Pecos and?
Oh yeah.
So that was all
right over there.
That was all dirt road.
Yeah.
And if you go down that road south on Greenfield,
Yeah.
off to the right, there's this lot of homes, just straight shot of homes. We would hop on the bus, and she would be the first stop. So we drop her off, and her sister and a few other people that lived in that area, like 4 of them.
Yeah.
We drop them off. And her sister plays the cello, by the way. So we drop them off, and they would walk home. And then that was the furthest stop out. And then we'd come back, and then I get dropped off with my brother.
That's
when he was on the bus. And so we were in junior high together, and then we were in orchestra together. And she was always first chair. Actually, no, she was always second chair. There was another guy named Daniel Wu that was always. He didn't ever practice. He just kind of showed up and just played.
just sort of natural talent.
Natural.
Yeah.
And he would always beat her, much like how Aaron would always beat me. It would always be Aaron next to me, be Daniel next to Lindsay.
Nice.
So when I saw her on TV, I was like, oh, that's kind of cool. She was on America's Got Talent.
Yeah.
And then that turned into a lot more other stuff.
Well, seems like maybe a collaboration opportunity. Invite her to the podcast. See if she'll show up.
Doubt it. I doubt she even remembers, probably because I have a better memory than most people for stuff that doesn't actually matter.
You'd be surprised how important stuff like that is. Like remembering who people are and what they've done and how they've impacted your lives. That's important.
Well, it's definitely good to know, but if you sit across from someone that doesn't remember you,
Yeah,
and they're telling you all these things that you guys used to do, it kind of feels like stalkerish.
sure,
right?
Sure.
But 3 music classes, and so one of them was Strolling Strings, which was memorizing the music and playing it. So people would pay, or we'd do like events, right? Where you go around and play.
Nice.
And I'm just stuck in a cello, but there's no sheet music. It's all from memory.
Yeah.
And you're playing as a group. So there's that. Then there was the orchestra class, which was the bass class, where it was kind of like the middle tier class. And then there was the premier orchestra, which was like the top orchestra class. And I was in that one for the cello. But when I went to compete, like for Allstate, I always made it for bass because there was like no bass players.
No one else competing.
The competition was there,
Yeah.
but the amount of people that played cello,
Yeah,
was way more, and the amount of people that played violin was way more than that. So Mr. Nixon was right,
yeah,
but luckily for me, I didn't need to get a music scholarship because my grades were good enough.
it's good.
But it's kind of like, when I think back of like the earlier years, like I had made these choices,
Yep.
to put myself in a position,
Yeah.
that I would be in a winning position,
Sure.
kind of like chess.
Well, and to your point, like having mentors to help you make the right choices, right?
Mhm.
Like some of it was certainly you, but you also had some people kind of nudging you in the right direction. It definitely helps.
Yeah, there's a handful of people,
Yeah.
that I could confidently say said do this or do that.
Yeah.
And even to this day that, that kind of still happens and exists. So it's always good to have people. And I think that's one of the reasons why I wanted to ask you about, all these events.
Yeah.
Is like, because it does kind of tie back to this understanding of what it's like, not necessarily being alone,
Yeah.
but to potentially what you've seen both sides of having someone there and not.
Yep.
And when you think of these people, wherever they're at, it doesn't matter. Any group of people, if they could have someone,
Yeah.
that picks up the phone,
Yeah.
that sends them an emoji on LinkedIn, and is not accessible 24/7, but is willing to. So this is what was really weird to me with you specifically, and it's not a bad thing. But I message you, and then you write me back.
Yep.
I'm like, oh, that's weird. Like no one ever does that, right? Like no one ever makes time for a random stranger because we'd never met.
Sure.
This is actually the second time we've actually met in person.
Yeah. Yeah.
The last time was at Cactus Con.
Yep.
Said hi.
Yep.
I mean, I've seen you at other events, but I've never, I don't just like walk up to people and talk to them.
Yeah.
Right?
Actually, this will be 3 because the second one was CactiCon. First time, I think we actually did like say hi or at least shake hands at Elevate.
Probably.
So.
That'll be one time I don't remember.
Yeah, I think we actually like at least said something to
Like
each other.
hi or
Yeah,
something.
yeah. It wasn't like a long conversation or anything.
I remember walking like behind you.
Yeah.
While you had like security guards around you walking.
I had my entourage.
Yeah, you had an entourage, and I was like, oh, hey. But I didn't say anything. It's like, yeah, he doesn't know who I am.
Sure.
So I always thought it was pretty cool. And so this is like my personal experience with you specifically is like, there's tons of people that they are busy.
Yeah.
Arguably just as busy or maybe less busy than you, right? When you think of the magnitude of like the work that you do and what you're responsible for, and you make time, right? And you go to all these events. There's always like, if I hopped on LinkedIn right now, I could probably find you somewhere doing something, presenting, speaking in a 3-piece at least once or twice per week.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Minimum, right?
Yeah.
So when you take that into account, and then the fact that there's this random person messaging you on LinkedIn who happens to be me, and it's like 10 o'clock at night.
Yeah.
And I just get the laughing emojis, the crying emojis. My first thought is like, why isn't he protecting the world?
I mean, I am, right?
I know, but it's like, how do you make time for strangers? And I don't think it's that you make time. I think it's that you care.
Yeah, absolutely.
And when you care, it's not about making time. It's about just, like you said, showing up.
Yeah.
So now it's like, now I get it.
Yeah. I mean, it's actively a part of what I do, right? Like I don't consider it separate from my job or my life. Like reaching out and talking to people that reach out to me, being available and responsive, that's just who I am. And whether it's a shtick or a personality trait or, something deeper than that, I want to make sure that it continues to be the case. And in fact, funny story, I don't know if you talked to him, Tim Romer, my predecessor. He was the former state CISO, former director of Homeland Security before I moved into this role. And he actually hired me into this role. And I ran into him at a random event. It was like a speaking engagement or something at ASU where he was talking about cybersecurity and talking to a specific group of students. And like I ran into him after the fact, and he was like, "Dude, you're everywhere. Like, how do you do this?" And I think it was a big part of why he hired me into the role that I'm in now.
Mhm.
But like just being there as part of the community, again, that's something that I think is really important. And it would really diminish the message of me saying I want to build a true community here if I wasn't actually out there in the community, right?
Mhm.
If I was just sort of like phoning it in from my office at the Capitol, right? Like that wouldn't exactly have the same impact.
No, no, and I think I think what you're doing has maybe an impact on the people
Mm,
that you may not be able to see right now,
mm, yeah,
right? Because like when you like right, so I think of it like planting seeds.
sure.
You're kind of like the Johnny Appleseed,
Mm,
right, of security in Arizona.
yeah,
And you're not necessarily planting obviously trees, but I think it's more so like planting the idea that there is someone that other people may not know personally
yeah,
that is willing to take the time and water the seed
yep,
and say, look, you know, there's all these seeds here. And you're kind of just walking around with the water and you're saying, look, I'm here at this event. If there's any questions, if you have things I can help you with,
yep,
let me know. You see them at the other event, remember their name, you say hi,
yep,
now they're sprouting,
yeah,
right?
yeah,
And then you kind of build these relationships with all these different people. But you don't get the tree without watering it and tending to the, like the crops, if you will.
yeah.
So as much as it is showing up, I think a lot of it is like, in 10 years or 15 years or even like 20. I don't know when you plan to retire. If you plan,
Yeah, I probably never will. I don't think I'm gonna pull a Lester and retire for 8 hours, 9 hours, what was it?
it was 8 hours.
I'll probably, die in my chair like one of those guys that just, like, works until they're 90 and figures it out, but who knows if it'll be in the same role. I don't feel like I'm not working towards retirement, if that makes sense. I feel
Yeah.
like there's so much work to do. There's so much stuff that needs support and help and so many problems and challenges to solve, puzzles to solve too, frankly,
uh
that I don't think that I'm ever gonna wanna duck out of that.
No, probably not. I think there's a lot of people like that, just like Kim,
Yeah, yeah,
kind of retired back again,
yep,
right? And I think there's a lot of like leadership in that, but there's also a lot of like wanting to give back,
yeah,
right? So when I think of like all these different events, I think like in 10 or 15 years, these students,
yeah,
right? These junior analysts or, college students, because I mean, the events that you do are middle school, high school, college.
yep,
So you're kind of like tapping along the route of the educational route for all
yep.
these people.
Yeah, and I'll say that's intentional, right? Like, it is exactly what you said, is trying to plant the seed, trying to water the seed, and trying to make sure that, we're giving people opportunities to do the things that we need. And some of it's sort of selfish, right? Like, we need more people doing this work.
Yeah.
And if we continue to just sort of push people down the traditional path of 2-year degrees, 4-year degrees, we're never going to get enough people to solve these challenges. And frankly speaking, there's so many people out there that don't have an opportunity to do that in the first place.
Yeah.
That if we're only relying on sort of that small collection of people, we're going to miss out on a lot of potential that I think exists out there, especially in sort of the far flung communities across Arizona, right? Like there's so many really cool, talented people on the Navajo reservation that we've talked to. There's a bunch of amazing people down in like Cochise County that never even think that they could be an IT or cyber professional, and just like going down there and showing them, look, you could do this too. And their eyes just like light up and they go wild. It's so cool to be able to see that.
Yeah. Cause it's like, I think a lot of times when you don't have the opportunity to see something or learn about something, you don't know it exists.
That's exactly it. I forget who originally quoted it, but someone I've seen say multiple times now is, "You can't be what you can't see." and being able to like just bring that out there and say like, here's an opportunity. Here's a thing that you could potentially be. Here's what it looks like. Like, come join us, right? Come be part of this journey. Sit with my team and actually see what it looks like to be in this career field. Or let's bring some opportunities and workshops and training. The cool stuff we've done with Mike Manrod and a couple of others, right? We do these girls in cyber events that Nan Pham, our statewide cyber program manager, sort of put together a couple of years ago.
Okay.
We bring these middle school and high school girls to the Capitol and like work through cyber challenges and do workshops. And Mike's been a big part of it. There's a lot of those students that just have never even been exposed to this kind of stuff. And
Yeah.
one of the ones that we've really sort of transitioned into going out there into the rest of the state to do this is one of the middle school teachers that brought, I don't know, like 10 or 12 students to this event a couple of years ago, said it's really hard for us to charter a bus, to get, parents to approve, to get 12 kids bused from Wilcox, Arizona to Phoenix.
Yeah.
And I was like, it's way easier for me to put 5 of my staff members in a van and we drive down there to visit you. Let's do this on the road. Like, let's bring this show to you. That way you guys don't have to struggle to try to come to Phoenix every time.
Yeah, because it kind of removes the burden.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. And then most people in your team have their own cars, and you always carpool.
Yep.
As an adult without the waivers and signatures.
Yeah.
And all that other fun stuff.
Well, and the nice thing is like, this is part of my job. So I can, put it down as we'll rent a van. Like we'll put everyone together in a van and have the state pay for it.
Like like an expense kind of.
Yeah, exactly.
If you were to gauge how many, okay, so hang on, we'll define it a little bit better.
Okay.
Typical work week.
Sure.
How many hours would you say, what's the split on personal time versus anything
Work related?
work related? And when I say work, I mean everything. Like I'm talking about these events,
Sure.
speaking engagements, travel to these things.
Yeah.
Anything that people would say, oh, that's Ryan Murray. Right?
Sure.
Whereas like when you go to like the grocery store to buy groceries, that's like personal time, right?
Yeah.
You're probably not, are you a big Netflix guy?
Not a ton. I've actually been, I just started watching Severance since the new second season is coming out or has come out.
Okay.
Looks super good. Just started that. I don't watch a ton of shows just because I don't have a ton of free time to get to your question. And I would say there's even sort of these tangential things that are work adjacent that take up some of my time, especially with everything going on in the world right now. Just like being aware of the news, of understanding sort of politics and geopolitical things that are occurring. And if there's major impactful events, either man-made or nature-made, things that are out there impacting the world, just being aware of that stuff and keeping abreast of news and current events. Well, maybe that's some personal time. It's obviously related to the work that I'm doing. So to answer your question, it's probably like 80-20. I spend a lot of my time doing work or work adjacent things, maybe 20% doing personal things.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So 80% of the time, you're doing something related to work.
Sure.
Now, when you say 80%, are you including sleep in that number?
Wait, what's sleep?
I've heard that's been you, not sleep.
Yeah.
Because when you say 80-20, the first thing I think of, well, that's in a 24-hour day, it's 5 hours of personal time.
Yep.
So did you factor in sleep with that? Or are you saying like from 7 to 12, your personal time, and then from like 6 a.m. through 7 p.m. is?
It's like 5 a.m. to 6 a.m. is maybe a little bit of personal time, right? Like have some coffee and enjoy the stillness of the morning, and then start reading news, checking what's happening in the world, check email, make sure that, nothing's blown up overnight.
Like literally blown up.
Yeah, literally blown up. Yeah. Or figuratively, digitally blown up.
Something, yeah.
Yeah. And then a 10 to 12 hour work day, right? Like I'll be in the office usually late, and then go home, continue working, paying attention to things happening, and, spend a couple of hours, maybe have some dinner, watch some stuff on Netflix, and maybe read maybe read while I
Okay.
fall asleep for a couple of hours, and that's the day.
So so how does that differ from when you first started?
Mm,
Now we'll say when I don't know how far back the first start was,
sure.
but I do know the OG gang of Maricopa County.
Yeah, for sure.
So we'll just go back to that point because that's a good reference point
Uh,
for me.
I'll take it back further than that, but I think that's a good sort of like anchor point right in the middle. Because I've been doing tech and before cyber was cyber for a long time now. I think my first job in this field was 99, early 2000s. I had an internship with Cisco and was working on their academy program.
Cisco as in like Cisco networks,
Yep.
Cisco networking.
Yeah.
Okay.
So they do this thing called the Cisco Academy, where they go out and essentially work with community colleges and higher ed to teach and train students on how to use Cisco equipment.
Okay.
And I was part of the team that was helping to support that and just trying to figure out how do we better provide the metrics that we need. How do we actually get out there and provide technology to the schools that need it? And it was a really cool internship, and um, I will say I was less motivated back then, and part of it was because I was also going to school at the time,
Mhm.
and between I'll say 20 to 30 hour a week internship plus going to school full time, I was sort of burned out on technology by the end of it. And I was like, I don't even know if I want to be a technology anymore. And kind of transitioned and took a bazillion credit hours at community college to try to figure out what I wanted to do with my life.
Mhm.
I did some, like, thought maybe I wanted to be an artist and did some art history stuff and photography stuff for a while. Thought maybe I wanted to do criminal justice and law, so did that for a while. And eventually came back well, I can't just do this for forever. Like, I don't have infinite money, even at community college rates.
Mhm.
How do I like figure out a path here? And ultimately started working. So I was like, I'm going to find a job. I'm going to get some work, and I get this tech stuff. It's easy for me. That's the easiest place for me to get a job to at least continue trying to figure out what I want to do with it. So I actually got a job up in Vegas, um, working for a school district there, and it really helped me to better understand because I saw it from the other side of where my mom was a teacher and, you know, getting sort of the education side of education, but seeing the technology side was sort of an eye opener for me. Of you've got these teachers that maybe they're the only ones that are supporting technology in a school district, or you've got like the one guy that happens to know computers and he's trying to keep everything running.
Yeah.
And I got to be a part of that and see like this is how the other half lives, trying to just keep education functioning and like repairing laptops all day and keeping the email server running. And oh, by the way, maybe we should secure some of this stuff. That was like sort of a secondary thought for
Yeah.
most organizations, right?
It's like keep the lights on and then worry about other stuff, right?
That's right. Yeah, like the business functions of educating kids was the primary thing.
Mhm.
And anything to get in the way of that was like not even worth a conversation. And that included security, that included like long passwords or MFA or hey, maybe we should patch these systems every once in a while, right? It can't be offline ever, so we're not going to patch it. So that was sort of my first taste of that side of it. And that transition, I actually moved back to Yuma and lived there for a while working for a school district. Funny enough, the school district I went to school at for my K-12 education or for K-8 education, and that my mom taught at for a long time, and slowly transitioned sort of through that. And I will say I was not as motivated and driven as I am now. So between the internship, working for the school districts, and transitioning into working for the county, I had a couple of sort of eye-opening experiences, right? Like, I need to get my crap together, and I need to pay close attention to doing this and being successful at it. Because it was I am a product of the '80s gifted children program where, if I didn't immediately get something, it was sort of frustrating for me, right? Like, I had this natural given talent for a lot of things that I did,
Mhm.
and that, like, you have to work for it. You have to push through failure, was a lesson I had to learn the hard way a couple of times. And I think that really helped me to see that and move into sort of that heavily motivated, fully driven, I'm not going to just like play video games at work when there's nothing to do, right? I'm going to actually pay attention and actually try to focus on the mission of the thing that I'm trying to accomplish. And that really evolved when I was at Maricopa County and working with those guys, just seeing sort of the importance of what we were trying to accomplish. And I started like pushing my manager to say, like, let me into these meetings that I wouldn't necessarily be involved in otherwise, because I'm just like this lowly tech guy, or I'm just this lowly security analyst. Like, let me go sit in these conversations with these decision makers and these department heads and like hear what they're saying, what's important to them and why it's important to them and how can we better support them. And I think that really helped me to kind of shift my focus over time.
So you think like being in those meetings early on when you historically wouldn't have been kind of help like not say coach, but like got you prepared. Not what's the word I'm thinking of? Like you know how they say there's like political capital,
Oh yeah. Yeah.
right? So you kind of have to. So here's a funny story. I don't know if you knew this, but you know we had Dan in here.
Hmm.
And Dan was telling me a story about how when he was applying for a job, because he lived with Mike, not together, but in the same area,
Yeah.
and they would carpool every day to Maricopa.
Yep.
And there was a point where Dan left.
Yep.
Right? Did you know that when he was interviewing for that job, Mike was in the car driving him, coaching him on what to say?
I did not know that, but I believe it.
Yeah. And it's, to me, I think it's a great story because
Yep.
it kind of shows like how Mike pushed for his people to be more than what they were.
Yeah.
Or like,
Yeah.
like mentor, but like friend.
Yeah.
And
Friend
like,
tour.
yeah, friend-tor. And
Feel free to copyright that one.
not a centaur,
That's right. Yeah, not a centaur. Definitely not.
a friend-tor.
I don't know if we're going to get into talking about AI because every conversation goes to AI, but that whole centaur analogy thing is just super frustrating to me. We'll come back to it.
Okay. We'll come back to because I don't think I'm tracking that.
Okay.
But I thought it was a really cool story because it's like, you know, I spoke with Mike, met with him, 6 hours that the world may never see, right?
Well, let's make sure the world sees it.
Well, that comes down to the place where he's at.
Yeah.
Allowing it, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Legal things, right?
Yeah, of course.
And I was like, man, like that's like a story like I would have never guessed happened.
Yeah.
Right. But what I like about it is that, he's helping like facilitate like his people becoming more.
Yeah.
Right. But he's also like, so what I would imagine is, he was the one kind of running the charge or running the ship at Maricopa at the time when you were there.
Mm-hmm.
So when you were asking to get into these meetings, he was bringing you in and you're kind of able to see like what the leadership people talk about.
Yeah.
And how to kind of like navigate those waters.
Yep.
Because you can't just like say, well, you can, but most people can't just say what they actually want to say.
For sure. Yeah.
And
especially at that level, right? Like this low level analyst coming in and like talking to department heads and saying,
Yeah.
I think doesn't play well. There, I do have one example where I did do that. I talked to one of the organizations that deals with healthcare records, and I won't like name specific organization, but I was sitting in this meeting and I'm like this low level analyst, and we're doing this HIPAA review, and it was I don't think it was the director of the organization, but it was someone like high up in management, and they were like, well, look, we need to move these healthcare records from this system to this system. I'm just going to go to Best Buy and buy like an external hard drive and plug it in, and we're going to copy everything over. And I just kind of looked at him like, yeah, I don't think that's HIPAA compliant, and like went back to working in the middle of this meeting.
Mm-hmm.
He was like, yeah, that's a good point. We probably shouldn't do that. So like being able to have that conversation and come from a place of knowledge and like help people sort of go in the right direction. It might have come off as abrasive because I hadn't sort of polished the political Ryan yet. But even then, being able to like say, this is something we should maybe not do to someone at that level and have them take it seriously, I think is kind of important.
Mm-hmm.
And if nothing else, like just making a name for myself, like being there in the room, even if I'm not saying anything, people are like, who's that guy? Right? What's that Ryan guy doing here? Like, oh, I want him. He's from the security team. He's going to be here to, listen in or talk through or answer any questions.
Yeah.
And just getting name recognition through sort of the various leadership levels across the organization that's important.
So name recognition or suit recognition, which came
I mean, why not both, right? Like start out with suit recognition. There's definitely been a lot of people that have come up to me and they're like, "You're the fedora guy, right?" And like, I'll take that as a starting point, and hopefully that's not the only thing I'm known for.
Or fedora.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah, that to me seems like, I don't know why I didn't want to say that. I prefer three-piece because it's like,
Mm.
I think a three-piece, like, I think a three-piece is like really underrated because no one ever does it.
agree.
So everyone always does the blazer
Yeah,
with the jeans,
yeah.
with a dress shirt,
Uh-huh,
no tie,
uh-huh. Yeah,
and the Nike Dunks now.
yeah. You've just described like every tech bro ever, right? Yeah.
So actually, with this new GPT image generator, um, I woke up and I chose violence the other day. So I go on there and like, see, sometimes when you scroll LinkedIn, it's just like the same stuff over and over. And it's like, and a lot of it is because of the people that I know, people that I've met,
Sure.
a lot of tech bros,
Yeah.
right? My broskies. Not really, because I don't really talk to any of them.
Sure.
Or they don't talk to me ever since I left.
You just need to dress the part. I think they'll welcome you back in.
No, I can't. Because here's the thing. When you go to these events, I know who the salespeople are.
Sure.
So whenever I go to an event, so my closet is much like yours without the three-piece. My closet is blue jeans, black socks, ankle or high top, or like the
Yeah.
like the 90 socks or the 80 socks, but not dress socks. So here's the thing. I don't own a pair of dress socks.
Interesting.
If I wear dress shoes, like these are kind of dressy.
Yeah.
So these are partly tech bro shoes.
Yeah. You can
Right?
make it work.
Yeah.
Dressy enough.
They're dressy enough.
Yeah.
But they're kind of like just nice to wear. They're casual. They're like
Sure.
Cole Haan for the people listening, right?
Are you supposed to like look in the camera when you say it?
Nah, I see. Like the thing is, like I don't know who's actually like I have no metrics on who watches,
Yeah.
so I don't really ever look into the camera.
Nice.
But like, so these are kind of like I feel like these are like a nice dress shoe. Like your shoes are the kind that you get polished at.
Yeah, but you can clearly tell I haven't polished them in a while.
Well, I wasn't gonna say that.
Yeah.
But like those are like the kind like those are like the nice,
Yeah.
like traditional like
Yeah.
attire, right? But when you go to these events, it's always like the blazer with the polo underneath it or whatever. And then it's like these Nike Dunks.
Yeah.
So when I'm on LinkedIn, sometimes I'm scrolling because I'm just like looking for inspiration or something. And I just picture after picture of like, okay, middle-aged.
Yep.
Probably Caucasian.
Yep.
Usually bald.
Yep.
Or losing.
Yes.
Balding.
Yeah.
In some sort of manager plus role.
Yeah.
Blazer, jeans, Air Max.
Yeah.
Or Nike Dunks, whatever.
Sure.
And it's like, what? So I don't actually own a pair of Nike Dunks. Never owned a pair, probably never will. But every time I see that, or people with the Jordans on, like the Jordan Cements or the Jordan 3s or whatever they are,
Sure.
I've never owned a pair of Jordans in my life because I couldn't afford it.
Yeah.
So I don't have this desire to ever have a Jordans or Nike shoes. But whenever I go to these events, it's always funny to walk around and you're like, oh, you're a sales guy.
Yeah.
Sales guy. So funny story. Off topic, random. But
That's what we're here for, right?
Yeah. So I was at the casino the other day playing cards. I like to play cards for fun. And I won't say where this person worked, but I'm sitting there and I'm just playing. And we're playing poker. And so he's like 2 seats down from me. We're in a full-on suit. And he has like a pin on his jacket, much like you have, for the company that he works for. And I see it and I'm like kind of far away. I'm like, I think I know what that is. But I'm not going to ask him a question because I don't want to open a conversation and have to hear something. So the guy next to him is like, so, hey, what do you do? And I can't remember his exact words, but it was, oh, I help businesses transform their technology and something else. What was it? I help them digitally transform their data center procedures and operations. I was like, bro, like, shut up.
Yeah.
Like, you're the sales guy. And like, let me clarify.
Just literally read that off the sales brochure of what the company does. Yeah.
So like, I heard that and I have to think back because right now I'm kind of streaming it, but it was, I help businesses transform their data center or something with cloud and a security and a few other things in like the suit. And I'm just like, oh my gosh, dude. Like let's take a step back and let's actually say what you do.
Sure.
Someone calls you, you pick up the phone, they say, I need help.
Yeah.
And you point them to someone smarter than you. And you hope that that person has the answer.
That's right.
And then if they answer.
And then you collect money.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then you get paid.
Yes, that's right.
That's what you do.
Yeah.
You don't like the part that I find funny with a lot of like people that say stuff like that is like, and I can say this confidently because I've done this for a while.
Because you've been there?
Yeah, I've been there. So I've been in sales for like 10 years, tech sales specifically. Right. And what's different about me is I actually understand what I sell. Like if someone said like, hey, we need help with this product, I could carry the conversation without having to call someone else.
Sure.
And that's just a function of I've done programming in my life. I have Meraki in this little box right here.
Nice.
I have a like the CMNA. Like I know more about the networking side than other things, but like I can carry a conversation.
Yeah.
Now, will I give you the best advice for your business? Definitely not.
Yeah.
Do I know people that can? 100% of the time. Right.
Well, at least you can understand the foundational language being used to have the conversation, right? And I think that's important.
Yeah, but you don't always get that from people in sales. A lot of times you'll get like you can totally tell it's like boilerplate question. Then it's just like people eye roll and move on, right?
Yeah.
So when this guy said that, my first thought was like, all right, come on, buddy. Like let's just be honest. You just pick up the phone, you direct them, like you help them get to a smarter person.
So let me play devil's advocate a little bit here. Like I feel like you could make any position super derivative. Like what I do is I send emails and I talk to people all day, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like you could boil down any position into just sort of the nonsense, mundane stuff that they're doing without the context around it.
You could, but sales is different.
Okay.
Because with what you do, the context is you have to understand the conversations within that email and the decisions being made through those conversations.
Sure.
Whereas with sales, you just have to make sure the thing gets sent.
Yeah.
And received.
Yeah.
And scheduled. Right?
I feel like there's more to it.
There might be.
Surely, like good salespeople understand their customers' problems, right? Mm-hmm. And know what solutions need to be sold to them to solve those problems.
But what percentage of salespeople would you say are good?
Yeah, I mean it's less than 100% for sure.
Yeah, that's the question you don't want to answer.
Right. Yeah.
So I'll answer it for you.
Okay.
When I was talking with Jean, she was saying there's vendors and then there's partners.
Yeah.
100%. And I go, oh, okay, what's the difference? So she told me the difference. And I was like, oh, now I get it.
Yeah.
You know, a lot of people look at certain companies and say, oh, that's just the vendor. Like they have stuff that we need. We have to buy. They can fulfill. They're a vendor.
Yep.
And then there's companies that are partners.
Yeah.
And typically they're not the same company.
Yeah.
You know, a lot of times it's a matter of scale, right? And reach for vendors, right? Which is probably the world that I came from.
Yeah.
Vendor world.
Yeah.
And then there's partner world where there's a lot of professional services. There's a lot of on-site engagements.
Sure.
There's a lot of engineering resources. It's just a lot of really smart technical people.
And I would say that vendors can be partners with the right mindset and right, sort of willing to help. Mm-hmm. Speaking specifically of like the technology manufacturers, right? They are traditionally vendors. But a lot of the ones that we've worked with have said, like, we're going to find creative ways to solve these problems that you're having, even if we've never done them before. And a lot of the stuff that we're doing specifically in the state is like unprecedented scale stuff that has never happened before. So finding a vendor that will just sell you a license of a piece of software, sure, those exist. Mm-hmm. But a lot of the ones that we've worked with are not sort of like the traditional partner side, right? Like the professional services or the value add resellers and those sort of people that would be considered partners. The manufacturing side also has a ton of people that want to partner with their customers. Say like, how do we find creative solutions to your problems, even if we've never done them before? And I had sort of a stark version of this where we had, as we were kicking off sort of our statewide program where we're providing cyber services out to a lot of our local governments, I had one vendor that was very specifically like, I can't make money off of this deal.
Oh, they told you that.
They specifically told me that, like, got to the point where I was on the phone with their chief revenue officer, and they were like, look, you're eating up all of our smaller customers that we're charging 10, 20 times what I'm charging you. And you're eventually going to consolidate all these customers into a big account that you are paying significantly less than they are. And we're going to lose money on this deal. I was like, but think of the bigger picture here of what we're trying to accomplish. If we are going to support the entire state, there's certainly customers in there that, one, would never do business with you, right? Just because they don't have the money to do it. Now I'm paying for it for them.
Mm-hmm.
And you're growing your customer base by 100x. That's huge for you to be able to tell, whoever out there in marketing land. And also being able to share that conversation with all of my neighbors, right? Like I go talk to New Mexico and California, Nevada and Utah and Texas.
Yeah.
And I say, you were an amazing partner in helping to stand up this program and a visionary in this space to make it go. That's going to drive your revenue significantly farther than, we stopped paying, $20 a license for that one city in Arizona. And it's unfortunate that like still having to sort of fight against that mentality. And then we had others that were true partners that were like, well, we've never done this before. And yeah, you are eating up some of our smaller customers, consolidating them to a larger account. But we'll make it work. Like we'll figure it out. We believe in the mission of what you're trying to accomplish. But we want to help you get there.
But do you think, so this really just a difference of understanding like long game versus short game.
Yeah.
So I think a lot of people, how do I say this? Because I tend to just like say what I think.
Sure.
Sometimes it's not appropriate.
Sure.
Right.
That's why you can cut it out afterwards, right?
But I don't. Because I want people to know this is me.
Yeah.
How would I describe it? A lot of this stuff is financially motivated.
Yep.
Right.
And on short term, like quarter based or yearly annual revenue, right?
Depending on how the person gets compensated.
Sure.
Or the team gets compensated, there are incentives to do things a certain way.
Yep.
For example, if I'm about to lose my job, I'll sell you whatever I can.
Yeah.
Right. And you've probably seen that where it's like crazy discounts. And then that person is gone within a few weeks. And the next person comes on like, oh yeah, we can't honor that pricing.
Yep.
Reality is the person knew they were on their way out, Hail Married it, didn't close, didn't get caught in the end zone.
Yeah.
They lose the game. They're gone. Right. That happens all the time, honestly.
Yeah.
Especially on the manufacturer side, because that's where it gets really like brutal for people in sales.
Yeah.
So I see a lot of that, like, if you ever want to, have some fun looking around when people like sales reps leave, just look at the time that they left and what quarter that was, calendar for the company they work for.
Yeah.
And chances are it's a performance thing.
Yeah.
Right. So, but getting back to that is it's all motivated by whatever.
Yeah.
So like if you're trying to roll out a software and consolidate all these smaller accounts into one larger one, that just, to me, like the smartest person in the room would say, how can we use this as a blueprint?
Yep. Exactly it. I said, look, take this and stamp it out everywhere else, right? Surely you can figure out a way to make a multi-million-dollar, multi-year deal in the state of Arizona grow everywhere else, right?
Yeah.
Especially with me backing it up and saying like, this was amazing. Look at the cool work that they did here. Everyone should be doing this.
It's a marketing thing.
Yep.
Right. So it's kind of like you do it for the greater good than for the personal gain of the salesperson.
Yeah. Well, I think that's where we saw the greatest success, especially when it was different account managers that were supporting sort of like the individual organizations that we were talking to. Those organizations that were fine with saying like, look, we're going to take this account from you and give it to someone that sort of consolidates all of these accounts. It worked out well. Where there was infighting amongst multiple account managers and saying like, you're stealing my business, you're stealing my livelihood, you're taking all of my accounts away. It got complicated.
Yeah. So, but this is something you guys did.
Yeah. In fact, we're year 3 into it now. Yeah. Going into year 4.
If I guess who the vendor was, would that be a bad thing?
You're welcome to guess, but I'm not going to say one way or the other.
Okay, then I won't guess.
Okay.
I think I know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I know.
We could talk off mic about that if you'd like.
No, it's just me. I've done some research.
Yeah.
I kind of looked around, for things to talk about.
Sure.
So fairly sure I know who it is
Okay.
or what their logo looks like or what animal their logo is or what type of flying animal their logo might be.
I'm not going to comment.
That's fine.
'Kay.
But I have to do these things, to kind of get ideas of things to talk about.
For sure.
So I can see where there's that distinction between vendor and partner, right?
Yeah.
So this is where it gets interesting. Are you ready?
Sure. I'm ready.
What's the worst experience that you've ever had with a salesperson?
Hmm.
So I'll give you an example. Gene told a story about how there was a situation where there was legal things happening.
Yeah.
And in legal, there is discovery.
Mm.
And within this discovery, a person may or may not have said something like, I hope they get hacked.
Oh, jeez. Yeah, that's rough.
Right? And that came out.
Yeah.
In discovery, and where it happened, I don't.
The vendor said that about their customer?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, geez.
But her company.
Yeah.
Right. That they were having this legal, we'll say, fight, a legal battle with, right? And so that came out. And then so she said, you know what? For someone to say something like that, essentially, we'll never do business with that person. I don't care where they're working, what they're selling. It could be Wiz.
Yeah.
We're not buying it.
Sure.
Google can buy Wiz.
Yeah.
We'll buy from Google. We're not buying Wiz, right? If the person works at Wiz.
Interesting specific example there.
Well, no, I just said that because it's like, when you think of like what Wiz is known for, they're kind of like the leader.
Mm-hmm.
So that statement is more so specifically if you have the option of buying something from the leader in a space, but that person happens to be the salesperson.
Yeah.
The answer is no.
Yeah.
So that's more so where it was going.
Yeah, it's interesting. I don't have any examples like that directly. There's definitely been sketchy stuff. I will say it's not a terrible example, but I would say probably the weirdest is like disconnections within the company, right? So like I'm already working with a vendor, a partner, whatever that looks like. And I get these random cold calls from their salespeople. And it's like, why are you guys not talking to each other? And especially when it's like the super aggressive cold sales call of like, hey, I've reached out to you 15 times now and you're not calling me. And what's going on here? And I just want to do business with you. It's like, I am literally already doing business with you. What is happening? Why don't you guys talk to each other?
Oh, you get like the SDR calling you saying, this is the last email you're going to get from me.
That's right. Yeah.
If I don't
Did
hear
you
back,
get eaten by a bear? Are you okay? Like they start to get these really creative ways to try to elicit a response.
Yeah.
Which is fun. Yeah.
So, okay. So, but those aren't really like a bad experience. Like,
no.
So it doesn't sound like you really had like bad experiences. It's just more so like annoyance.
Yeah, pretty much. I would say, like I said, the worst experience I've had was the one that I mentioned, like that organization specifically that was like, we can't make money off this deal.
Yeah.
And I was like, cool, you guys are super short-sighted and don't really understand what's happening here. That's on you, not on me. We're going to go a different direction. Your competitors certainly can figure out a way to make money on this deal.
Oh, so is that what ended up happening? You went to a competitor that was able to put it together?
Yep.
So there was a contention between which product you were going to use for this.
Plus, it was super frustrating because we had been utilizing this product internally for a really long time, and we had planned on expanding that out to basically cover the entire state. And then we got into this back and forth, and he said, we're losing money on this. And I was like, great, well, we'll go to your competitor who would be happy to take this over from you.
And they came and swooped it up.
Yep.
That's crazy because they basically could have, it was theirs to lose.
Yep.
And they lost it.
Yep.
Wow.
Yeah.
And it was a lot. I mean, when you talk about the entirety of the state, is it considered bureaus? Like, what do you consider the different like facets of the state? Like,
so within state government, there's state agencies or departments, boards and commissions. There's kind of a different individual breakdowns, and then as you go into local governments, there's counties, cities, towns, the sort of like municipal side of government, and then of course the tribal communities.
So how? Because I don't do anything state, local education. So the whole world to me is like new. It's like a whole new world.
Sure.
Like
You can
we
sing
had
a song.
yeah.
We get on a magic carpet, like right around.
We have carpet in here, but we don't have a magic carpet. So yes and no. But I don't know. I don't know about, I mean, I know enough to like maybe talk about it in terms of like how you have to have these contracts, these vehicles, right?
Yep.
You know, how you're doing it and these like this business and the different, I guess the different like soup and some of these other contracts you have to get access to kind of bid and all that fun stuff. Like, 'cause
Yep.
I kind of know how it works.
Sure.
Never done it, mostly on the corporate commercial side, right?
Yeah. And it's super complicated. So like even someone who's been doing this for a long time, I'm not a procurement officer. I'm not a procurement specialist. I don't understand all the ins and outs of procurement law. And I know it's a challenge for a lot of the partners that we work with, right? Just all of the purposeful red tape and hoops that you have to jump through just to make sure we're not like misusing or abusing taxpayer funds.
Okay. So we'll just say I am a newbie. 00 noob, right?
Nice.
N00B.
Nice. I like it.
So I don't know anything about it. Just assumption. I don't know anything about it. So you're responsible for the entire state.
Yeah.
So if there's anyone that is a state employee, government, contractor, you, is it within your, like, what is jurisdiction the right word? To be responsible for like protecting the assets that the state has deployed?
Yeah. And I'll say because everything government is complicated, it's complicated.
Mhm.
We're highly federated. There's a lot of bottom up control where local governments get to do kind of what they need to do to make things happen. Where we found great success, and this is a big part of why I do what I do, going out there and meeting with people, is a lot of the things that we offer opt in. It's you have to want to take advantage of these things. I can't force them on you. So being able to go out there and like make friends and influence people to help them to do better, it takes a lot of work.
Yeah.
And in the state agency side, because I kind of separate these out into two buckets, right? The state agency side, like the big names that you would expect, like Department of Transportation or Department of Economic Security or Department of Public Safety. Even within sort of that bucket, there's this highly federated environment with each department has their own sort of statutory authority to do their own thing. And our office, my department, sits on top of that to provide general cybersecurity capabilities to those organizations. We act as a risk assessment and risk management function. We ensure compliance with state standards and policies when it comes to security and privacy. So a lot of the work that we do, even on that side, is influence based to say, like, we want you to do the right thing. Here's the tools and capabilities to help you do that. But they can choose not to. And it's on them to make sure that we're all sort of moving in the right direction, and them to prove it to me that they are meeting all of the state standards and policies and laws and legal guidelines that they're required to. On the local government side, it's even less authority, right? Like I can provide things to them, but again, it's very much opt-in. And a lot of the success we've had is going out and talking to people and saying, like, you need to be doing these things. These are the best practice, like implement MFA or put some sort of antivirus solution out there, or make sure that you're patching your systems and scanning for vulnerabilities. A lot of that stuff is not being done because people just don't have the resources to do it, whether that's people or funding or technology. So a big part of what I do is go out there and say, like, we will give this stuff to you for free. We'll help you implement it. We'll give you people from my team to help make it go so you can do the right thing. And overwhelmingly, people are like, yes, please help me make it happen. But obviously we have organizations that are like, nah, I don't want the state in my business. Go away, right? So trying to walk that sort of tightrope of how do we help people when we don't have the authority to tell them to do things and help them to get there to the right space.
So it's an interesting job.
Yeah.
It kind of feels like parenting.
Well, I'm not a parent, so I can't speak for sure, but yeah, it's definitely wrangling a lot of cats.
Well, it's like, so really good example. I have 2 daughters, 9 and 11.
Nice.
So my oldest one, now she knows better. She knows
It's
more than dad.
Of course. Yeah.
well, what was it recently? There was something I said, hey, don't do that.
Mm.
But of course, that's not what they hear.
That's right.
And there was something in the kitchen. She was making something. I wish I could remember what it was. I remember people from high school and junior high, but I remember what my kids were doing when they messed up. Right?
Don't touch that hot burner.
Yeah, it definitely wasn't about the burner. It was something like she was making like a drink.
Mm.
I think that's what it was. She was making something. Oh, so we have like a blender at home, like one of those like smoothie blenders.
Mm.
So she was making a smoothie. And I told her, hey, like, pour that on the counter over here.
Yeah.
Right. Pour from the blender thing into a bowl.
Sure.
And that's what I said. Right. She decided she wanted to pour it at the table. So she's pouring it and she ends up knocking the bowl off the table. And how I know that is she says, Dad, I need a paper towel. I'm like, for what? So then I turn around and I see her and she's got like smoothie bowl all over her leg. But not only all over her leg, she has it on one of the chairs. And the chairs have like a cloth seat and it's like a light brown.
Mm.
The smoothie bowl is purple because it's acai, blueberries, and strawberry.
Yeah.
And my first thought is like, what are you doing? And I said, I told you pour it over here. What do you like? Why would you do that? And then I said, when I tell you stuff, I don't tell you because I want you to just do what I say.
Yeah.
I say it because there's a reason. And now our chair is probably going to be stained with this smoothie that you spilled on it. Oh, and so it's like, I know why I say things should be done a certain way.
Sure.
And they know that I'm saying it, but they don't understand like that in my experience, I might know better. And not to say that I know better in every situation.
Sure.
But I've been around a lot longer than she has.
Yeah.
And I have way more experiences that will lead me to have these ideas on how things should get done.
Yeah.
I don't explain that in every conversation. I say, hey, like do this or do that. But I have the context to say, hey, you just do this. And then I leave it at that.
Yeah.
So and when I say it kind of reminds me of parenting, it's like, you have the experience with all these different agencies throughout the state. You've seen the ones that have failed, probably been popped at some point, have had these issues, and have these lessons to learn from.
Yep.
And much kind of like how Frank described it as like a neural network.
Yep.
Right? If did you ever see Day After Tomorrow?
Yes, it's been a while though.
With Tom Cruise?
Yeah.
Where he would always go back and die, and then he'd get further along and then die.
Yep.
But he kept learning from his mistake in the previous death, right?
Yep.
That's kind of how I see it, is like if you've done something so many times and you learn that lesson, like don't die again.
Yeah.
Just use the lesson and get further along.
Yeah.
But not everyone sees it that way. They see it as, well, you're telling me what to do.
Don't tell me what to do. Yeah, for sure. And there's definitely a lot of that, and for good reason, right? Like in certain organizations, having the context and having the reason is important, but also understanding their context and where they're coming from and why they may be saying, I can't do this thing, or we need to postpone this, or this is not a priority for me right now. And I will say that's something I've had to find my own peace with in this career, right? Like, especially in cybersecurity, there's a lot of times that we feel like we're the most important thing in the room at all times, and not being able to understand that like all of the other stuff that people are doing is just as important, and being able to have that conversation back and forth to balance out what we're telling them are risks and what we're telling them are the ways that they need to move forward versus, what they think is important at the time. One of the former national cyber directors, Chris Inglis, is fond of saying we don't do cyber for cyber's sake. And we really need to understand sort of like what is the business use case that we are supporting and enabling and helping them to continue to function. Yeah. I think there's some of that gets lost. And even myself, I run into this when I was a novice cyber professional, is going in and just telling people like, shut up and do it, right? Like, you need to secure this thing. You need to patch that system. You need to put MFA on this. It doesn't, like, nothing else matters. I don't care what your arguments are. You're going to get hacked. You're going to go offline. You're going to lose your business if you don't do these things. And obviously that doesn't go well, right? Like coming in and telling someone that whatever their thing is not important because your thing is the most important is usually not going to play well.
Well, it's like telling someone their baby's ugly.
Yeah, for sure.
They don't want to believe that.
And I think a big part of this is, and this is me dragging my soapbox around a little bit, is I firmly believe that, especially now in 2025, that cybersecurity and IT are two separate fields. Historically speaking, we've had sort of like this squish together where the CISO and the CIO are often a subordinate relationship, right? The CISO reports to the CIO or the IT director or whatever that looks like. Security reporting up through technology. And oftentimes we've found it's exactly that mentality, right? It's the IT director or CIO getting a report of vulnerabilities or being told they need to implement security controls and seeing it as a laundry list or a menu of their failures. And they just bury it. They don't want to talk about it. They just throw it away and say, look, I've got all this other stuff I got to do. I got to keep the blinky lights flashing. I got to keep the electrons flowing. I got to keep our sales website up and running. I got to make sure that money flows to the company, right? Or critical citizen services continue to serve our citizens. And all of this security stuff that you just told me about is more work I have to do, is proof that I'm not doing my job well because I haven't replaced all this legacy technology, or I haven't taken the time to patch, or, I've got, databases that aren't secured, or whatever that looks like, right? They see it as a list of their failures as opposed to a list of potential risks that they need to help manage. And I think we're starting to see that shift, especially, and we've taken this like very personally in the state of Arizona, with me moving and our department moving under Tim Romer into the Department of Homeland Security. We're no longer part of the IT organization within the state. And I will say a lot of state departments still had that structure, right, where the CISO reports to the CIO, but having it at least at the state level, that distinction, that purposeful distinction that cybersecurity is homeland security, is national security, is defending and protecting all the things that we hold dear versus just a technology problem to be solved. I think we're going to continue to see that shift. And I think it helps with that message to say, like, look, I'm not going to come in here and tell you how to do your job. I'm not going to tell you, Department of Revenue, how to collect taxes, or Department of Economic Security, how to give out unemployment benefits. But what I am going to tell you there are risks here, and you need to do what you can to minimize and mitigate them. Because if you don't, here's the potential bad outcomes that are going to happen, and that will impact your ability to provide your services.
So does the state have anything where it's like, what is it called? Like a risk acceptance form?
Yeah, absolutely. So that's a big part of what we do, is identifying risks and then identifying mitigating factors to minimize that risk, and then determining if that minimizes it to an acceptable level. And as part of that, it's not just the IT department accepting that risk. It goes all the way up to the agency head. The director of that department has to sign off and say, I've talked to my IT department. I've talked to my business unit leader that's supporting whatever this service is. And everything that you guys have outlined has said, we believe this is an acceptable level. The director now has to sign that that's acceptable for their business, not just IT saying this is acceptable for us to not do these things.
So when someone accepts that risk, are they liable in any way?
Yeah, absolutely. So if there is a major security incident, if there's a breach or something that can be tied back to whatever that flaw was or that vulnerability was that was accepted, there have been purposeful conversations with those agency heads to say, you are responsible for this. It is your name on the dotted line. And a bad day happens, that piece of paper is going to come out and you are going to say that you are the one that accepted this. And here's the reasons why, right? There's business justifications for doing this. And I made that decision based on the best information that I had available to me. But ultimately, it's that department head that's responsible for those things.
So have you provided this guidance, shown them, oh yeah,
hopefully that picks up on the mic.
We got snacks.
Yeah, it might be a snack in bathroom time.
Okay. Yeah. We could do that. So you provided this guidance, you've given them the form, they've accepted the risk.
Yeah.
scorched earth.
Yeah.
Do people lose their jobs?
So, yes, there's a couple of recent examples where we've had security incidents that have led directly to directors being held accountable. And
Okay.
it's not commonplace for sure, but it definitely drives the conversation. And especially when you're talking about like transitioning directors or people looking to move into new roles, having that conversation with people as influential as the governor's office or the legislature, and you see these security incidents being posted in the newspaper, they're going to have conversations about, well, what did you do to make sure that that didn't happen to your agency? Or what didn't you do that allowed this to happen? And that's certainly going to be a topic of conversation that comes up.
Wow. So I guess the nice part about being in security is you're not necessarily responsible for if things happen.
Yeah.
It's kind of more of a role of like the parent where you say, hey, this is my best guidance
Yeah.
for you as an individual. How you choose to proceed is your choice.
Yep.
It's a I forget what you called it, but where they kind of self-subscribe to it, right?
Opt-in, right?
Opt-in, okay. Where they opt in to a program
Yeah.
or a structure of some sort of form.
Or a service or whatever it happens to look like. Yeah.
And then if something were to happen, there is documentation that shows, hey, like you understand the risk with the action that you chose or the route that you decided to take.
Yeah.
It was clearly like there was a delineation between this or that or these options.
Yeah.
And you went down this route. And
there are going to be consequences for that. Yeah.
So we'll just assume that no one's safe, right?
Yeah, that's a safe assumption.
So I'm going to say nobody's safe.
Yeah.
So then Ryan comes in with the gang and you tell me that nothing is safe, but I don't have any money to fix it.
Yep.
Am I just like out of luck? Like, do I just have to accept the risk and say, well, hopefully like nothing happens?
Yeah.
Because we can afford to do what you're recommending?
So it's a really good question. And it's driven a lot of the conversation and programs that we are implementing specifically because of that, right? Like, in fact, I've even had these conversations with a couple of organizations of like, we will choose not to identify risk because we know that we can't do anything about it. So the fact that I have been made aware of it means that I have to do something with it or I am considered negligent. If I don't know about it, I just don't have to deal with it, right? So just like bury your head in the sand and say, I didn't know about that risk, so I didn't have to manage it, which is a terrible risk management practice, right? Clearly documenting and identifying risk and then deciding if it's a priority or not is the only way to go with something like that. But there are certainly organizations that do that. And I won't say like state agencies that do that, but I've worked for organizations in the past that have treated it that way. So what we've done purposefully is to look at this from the perspective of, I'm going to help you identify those risks. I'm going to give you clear guidelines on how to manage and mitigate those risks. And then I'm going to provide you services to help make that happen free of charge, right? Like I'm doing all of this at no cost to you, knowing that it shouldn't be a matter of how many employees you have or what your tax revenue is or how many students are sitting in a chair defining whether you can protect yourself from cyber attacks. Because frankly speaking, like the bad guys don't care about that. They don't care how big you are, how small you are, how well-funded or well-resourced you are. They will take advantage of you all day, every day, if they can. So we've tried to very purposefully say, we're going to provide these services at no additional cost to any of these organizations. And it offers some really cool benefits, right? Like we buy at economies of scale of the entire state, which means I'm getting the best possible deal on a lot of these services. And then I can just provide them out for free. Or again, going back to the example previous, if each of these individual organizations was paying, market rate or, a little bit above it, they'd be paying way more money. And we're all talking about the same limited taxpayer funds that need to go to serve all of the services that serve the state of Arizona. So if I can save you half the cost of the same license and just give it to you for free because I'm buying it as 500,000 licenses versus the 100 that you're paying for, that's a huge cost savings. And it's a huge taxpayer savings because now, I don't have to try to figure out how to spend $20 million spread across, 100 organizations. I only have to figure out how to spend $10 million spread across 100 organizations. And it also gives me the opportunity to provide additional personnel and support capabilities on the back end.
Yeah.
So just throwing tools and licenses at people doesn't help because they don't have the staff or resources to be functional with it or supportive with it. So if I can say, I'm going to give you an engineer, I'm going to give you an analyst, I'm going to help you deploy this tool, I'm going to monitor it for you, I'm going to help you respond if there is a security incident, and I'm going to help you align to all these policies and procedures and everything else to help make it better in the future. Like that's a massive service to be able to provide to them outside of just saying like, go buy some technology or whatever.
Yeah, like you need to have this specific product or category of product.
Yeah.
We'll just say MFA. You need to have MFA in place. And it's like, okay, cool. So then they go pay something and it may not be the best option.
Yeah.
Or it may not integrate 100% with all the different
or just sits on the shelf because it's, priority number 12 on their project list, right? Maybe we'll get to that later. And, we deployed it to that one executive that said, this is a pain in the ass. Now I have to put in a code every time I log in. This is stupid. Shut it all down.
I don't want to have to scan a QR code.
That's right, yeah.
And like have a facial recognize me.
I don't even want a password. Why do I got to put in a second password?
Yeah. And what am I supposed to, like, where do all the Post-it notes go?
That's right. Exactly.
Where do all my notes go?
Uh-huh.
Like, I'm never going to have enough room to have all my passwords anywhere.
Right. So battling like all of that on top of just like, sure, we agree that this is the right thing to do, but then you add all like the other things on top of it, all the other struggles. And again, these are valid challenges. These are valid struggles that these organizations are dealing with. And then you also balance out, well, am I paying for MFA or am I paying for like police cars and radios and guns? That's kind of important, right? Or am I paying for teachers to have pencils and paper and, computers for their classroom? Or am I buying cyber tools? And really trying to balance out those priorities of an organization, it's a hard ask. And they're going to choose the other thing every day of the week, right? Like that is their core mission. They're going to choose to support that financially versus whatever other this like nebulous cyber thing is that nerd told me about that one time. They don't care about that, right?
Because they can't see it.
Right. Yeah.
It's not that they can't see it.
Yeah. They don't see it until it's too late, unfortunately.
And the other side of it too is I would even argue and say they don't see it and they don't understand it.
Yeah. 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 Nor should they, right? Like what our job should be is to keep them safe. How that happens should be completely transparent to them.
But if you ask someone to do something that they don't understand,
yep.
What are the odds that they're actually going to do it?
Well, and getting back to the parent analogy, right? Like telling your kid, don't pour into that bowl over here is like, if they don't understand the logic behind why I wouldn't do this, they're just going to do it, right?
Yeah.
And especially if it's more convenient for them to do the thing that they want to do than the thing you're telling them to do, right? Like I got to pick up this bowl and I got to take it over to here and I got to pull this stuff out of the counter and I got to pull the milk out of the fridge. Why don't I just do it right here? It's way easier for me.
Spill.
Yeah, exactly.
So, I mean, that's got to be like the biggest. So is that where like a lot of your time is spent is trying to, so would you say a big part of your job is kind of helping people understand the things that they don't in terms that they can?
Yes, 100%. That's my job is not a technologist. And this goes back again to the conversation that we had where cybersecurity is not a technology problem to solve. It's a risk problem to solve. And it's why I fervently believe that the CISO needs to have a seat at the table with the chief revenue officer, with the chief financial officer, with the chief legal counsel, right? Like all these other risk-based organization or risk-based positions within the organization that are communicating that to business leaders that are making these decisions. Cyber is just another one of those risks to be able to discuss. And how do we balance out? And that's not a decision that I should be making, is to say that like this cyber risk is the most important risk that you need to be balancing, because your lawyer is going to come in and say, well, we've got all these legal risks that we need to balance too. And your financial officer is going to say, well, we've got all these financial risks, like the market's crashing. We need to figure out what we're going to be able to do here. Maybe too soon, right?
Yeah, that's pretty bad right now.
Too soon. Yeah, I don't even want to look at any of my accounts right now. I'm sure they're really sad. But like an organization needs to balance all these potential risks, and not having a seat at the table or having that filtered up through multiple layers to get to that conversation, a lot of that context gets lost. So having someone like me directly communicate to business leaders and say, here's what's going to happen if you don't do this thing. I'm going to make you as most informed as you possibly can be about what threats exist out there, where your vulnerabilities to them are, and what things we can put in place to make sure those two never touch. And then it's your choice to decide from a business perspective where you're going to invest those funds. And if I can reduce the cost to do all of the stuff in the middle, and I can reduce the potential threats, which is hard for me to do because I can't go out there and like take out Russian and Chinese hackers. That's for our federal government friends to deal with. But I can reduce vulnerabilities and I can introduce better controls and more controls. And if I can reduce the cost of these two and explain to you why, here's the better things that we need to do for lower costs. And then you can decide if you want to accept it or not. I think that's an important part of the role that I have. And I think it gets lost, again, having that message buried underneath a technology stack.
Yeah, because so if the message is buried under the stack, you're essentially playing telephone.
Exactly. Yep.
And everyone that's ever seen the game of telephone played like live.
Yeah.
And see from one person to the next, it changes.
Yep.
And once you go 2-3 down the line, it's a completely different message.
The whole message changes for sure. Yeah.
So,
and I will say there's even, in the best case scenario, it works fine where the CISO and the CIO are a subordinate relationship, right? If they're working in lockstep, if they are both of the agreement that technology and security need to function together, it works great. It doesn't work great if everything that the CISO is saying is oiled through the message of the CIO's lens, because that CIO has multiple other priorities of their own that they need to try to make sure that are getting done, whether that's digital transformation or implementing AI and cost-saving measures, or we want to make sure that all of our websites are ADA compliant, or, we have to push out this new product that we just developed and we need to make sure that it's actually getting out to our customers and functional and we're solving all these bugs and features and everything else, right? And then, oh, by the way, we have to do that security thing on the other side. And if security continues to be sort of a bolt-on afterthought of all of that other stuff, it's never going to be filtered appropriately up to the rest of the leaders.
Yeah. And I would even think too, so you probably know every major security person in the state.
I would say most. I've tried to get out and meet pretty much everyone. I'm sure there's people that I haven't.
But, if they go to these events or if, they're invited to like the dinners and like the vendor things, you're probably going to be there. You probably see them. So
yeah,
I would venture to guess that you know a large percentage of the CISOs.
Sure.
Where they work doesn't matter.
Sure.
Fortune 500, Fortune 100. I think there's only a handful of them here in the state.
Yeah.
Or they could just be a mid-market small business, or probably mid-market, but we say out of the full population, you've got to, or I have met a good percentage of them.
Yeah, for sure.
So I feel like these conversations happen between security professionals, like amongst each other, without infrastructure, without an IO in the room, right?
Yeah.
And so I'm kind of just wondering, do you think it's a bigger problem as a CISO to get the message to the top when it's being filtered, or having a user internally understand security? Is it easier to convince people not to click the link, or is it easier to have your message distilled and presented in a way that gets the outcome that you need for the business? Because there's like two separate paths. At least in my mind, I see it as, here's the path of business as usual.
Yeah.
And if our people are educated and understand, we're at least partially taken care of, right?
Sure.
We avoid the risk of failure if they are educated to a certain extent, if they're aware, right? But then there's the other risk of, well, there are business risks that aren't dependent on a person clicking something.
Yep.
So it's like there's fighting two battles.
Internal and external threats that have to be managed, right? And to answer the question, they're both really difficult. And I would say the harder challenge is probably communicating to the end user, to staff, to get them to understand why this is important. Because I think at least some of the message, even if it's filtered, gets through to business leadership, even if it's coming through sort of a technology lens. trying to get line level staff to understand why it's important, what those threats are, or why clicking on that link is a problem
Mhm.
is really hard. And frankly speaking, it shouldn't be their responsibility. I know a lot of CISOs and a lot of security professionals say it's everyone's responsibility, right? And I kind of take a little bit of offense to that, that we're putting this burden on people that have not been trained, that don't understand the risks and threats, and telling them, congratulations, you're a security professional now, right? You don't have the training, you don't have the expertise, you don't have the knowledge, but you could blow up your entire company with a single click.
Mhm.
And that's super unfair to them, right? We're putting the majority of the work on the people least capable of dealing with it. And there's been a lot of push recently around like secure by design and secure by default, and that all these technologies that we use shouldn't be shouldn't have vulnerabilities baked into them, right? Because it's continuing to push the burden down to those least equipped to deal with it. And I don't know what the answer is because frankly speaking, I don't think it's just like an overnight shift.
No.
We're going to have to continue to educate our users and the people around us and the people we care about and our citizens that there are dangers that they have to be aware of. But we need to do better as security professionals to make that more transparent to them.
Mhm.
So sure, if they click on a link, maybe it doesn't blow up the entire world because you put adequate of controls in place to check that link was valid in the first place, that we're validating that the person who sent you that link was a legitimate person that you know and do business with, that we're blocking that outbound communication. So even if you clicked on it and it's going to a bad website, it's not going to go anywhere.
Mhm.
And even if it does, we've got adequate endpoint protection that's preventing bad stuff or malware from actually impacting the endpoint that you're dealing with. And then even if it does, we've got adequate zero trust network segmentation that is preventing it from spreading to other devices or other data sets. So like building these controls in place that it's it makes it okay to fail until we can get to the point where we're not putting that burden on that end user.
So I get where you're coming from, and I don't know if I'm one way or the other. But as you're describing it, I'm thinking of financial literacy,
Mm, yeah.
right?
Yeah, it's a great
I think a lot of people could confidently say or argue that the education system does a poor job at explaining things a certain way.
yeah,
But yet there are lotteries, there are raffles, there are ways for people to earn income
yeah,
and not understand maybe how they should work with the means that they earn,
sure.
right? So, isn't it part of being an adult taking responsibility for understanding things that could affect your life,
Sure.
right?
I would say yes, except there's, especially in an increasingly interconnected world and an increasingly complex world, that's almost impossible, right? Like the things that impact your life are happening well above and outside of the things that you're doing for the overwhelming majority of the stuff that impacts you,
Mhm.
right? And just like looking at the world as it is right now, that sort of highlights things. There's stuff happening across the world right now and across the nation that's directly impacting people's ability to live their lives right now. And they have zero control over that. So being aware of it doesn't help them to better control for it.
Mhm.
It needed to be preparation beforehand, but also how do you prepare for the unexpected chaos, right? How do you plan for the things that we don't necessarily think are likely, even if they are high impact?
Mhm.
And this goes back to sort of like the underlying thing of risk management is understanding where our vulnerabilities are, understanding the threats that are seeking to take advantage of them, and then understanding the likelihood and impact if those things are taken advantage of. And I will just say that humans, by and large,
Mhm.
are not good at doing this sort of like on the fly innately, right? We have to sit down and think through logically what are the risks associated with the things that we do.
Yeah.
We're bad at risk management at sort of like a heuristic level, right?
I kind of feel like it's a cultural issue,
Mm,
right? Because if you were to think of a situation where you've been burned on the stove. Like, I'm sure there's something that's happened in your life where you learn a tough lesson,
Yeah.
right? For me, contracts. You ever sign a contract that you thought you understood, but you actually didn't?
Sure.
And then it cost you a bunch of money?
Anytime you click that I agree and I accept on any large contract end user license agreement, it's probably the case. No one reads those things.
No. And there's even situations where I think it was with Disney, where a lady, right, she died from, I believe it was like an allergy
Yeah.
eating at a restaurant that they made with, like, we'll say peanuts, I think is maybe what it was.
Sure.
But because the license agreement on her Disney Plus subscription said that she would agree to arbitration,
Yep.
now they're in this situation, right? So there's that. But I almost feel like because the idea of security, mm, when you first started, like you said, it didn't really exist. It was keep the lights on, keep the business running,
Yeah.
maybe secure it.
Yeah.
Culturally, there is just, well, I think a lot of it is when the PC first came out, right?
Yeah.
2 megs of storage,
Sure.
or whatever they had on the
Yeah.
first few. It's like, oh, this is a cool new tech, and how can we reimagine what we do using this stuff, right? And there's really no thought to how do we protect it.
Yeah.
So it's like you have so many generations of people just coming and going and saying, oh, well, this is AI.
Yeah.
We're just trying to make some cool pictures
Yep.
in like a cartoon looking format.
I think you nailed it, right? Like the technology is moving so fast that we can't keep up with understanding the risks involved in utilizing it. And we're way more interested in seeing what are the potential benefits or just making fun pictures than we are in sitting down and examining like what are the risks of using this stuff. And as technology becomes more ubiquitous, right? Like putting a PC in everyone's house, having a smartphone in everyone's pocket, having AI, like high-powered generative AI tools available to everyone's fingertips. All the stuff that you have to jump through some hoops and understand the technology itself, or gone through some training or be a scientist to be able to use this stuff. Like it's just like out there for the general public now. And tying back to the fact that sort of we as humans don't do our own risk management well, right? Like we don't really manage risks that we're taking. Like, should I jump my dirt bike over that canyon? Yeah, heck yeah, let's do it, right? We don't measure out like what are the potential things that could happen here? We just go do, and then we deal with the fallout after the fact. I think we're going to continue to see significant challenges as technology speeds up and ramps up into the future, and as it gets more democratized and pushed out to everyone.
I'm worried.
Me too.
Just a little bit.
Yeah.
And I'll give you an example why. So do you remember, when was it? It was probably a few years back where, or actually when you couldn't go online, you had to pay someone to do something for you, like picture related. And now all you have to do is take a picture of yourself and upload it.
Yep.
My first thought is, why would you upload a picture of yourself to a tool that now? So remember when cameras were everywhere,
Yeah.
and they didn't want, they were selling like facial covers,
Yeah.
or like if you don't want to be identified in the streets of Europe,
Yeah.
right, or you don't whatever, do this, do that, protect this, right?
Yeah.
And now it's like, oh, we have this cool new tool. Let's just go on and make this animated version of myself.
Yep.
It's like, did you guys forget that 5 years ago they told you not to like share your picture with anyone?
Yeah.
And but now, because the cool thing is, I can have like a really cool edited picture. I can have what is it? I can have an AI headshot.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, good luck, right? If you want an AI headshot, great. Now the essence of you exists in a computer somewhere.
And it's being used to train that model.
Yeah, and that model is getting better.
Yep.
And then eventually, like, I don't know where it goes, but what I'm worried about is seeing how so many people see like the not even benefit. It's just like the novelty of a cool new thing.
Yeah.
It's like, you know what it is? It's like 5 years ago, if you wanted to have a thumbnail made on YouTube, you had to pay someone to do it that knew how to use Photoshop
Yeah.
and all these other tools to bring all this together.
Yeah.
Now, all you have to do is take a picture of a thumbnail that you like,
Yep.
upload it, take a picture of yourself and say, put my face on this body.
Yep.
And we're done.
Yep.
So it's like, I get to save however many hundreds of dollars and time.
Yeah.
And so I even ran across this because I was thinking, like, when it comes to these episodes, it's like a lot of times I'll take an image, right? And I'll kind of like doctor it up, but I'm not like a Photoshop person,
Sure.
which is probably why the thumbnails kind of suck, right? And
They
I
look great. I don't know what you're talking about.
So I actually went through this thought today because I'm working on Frank's thing, and I was like, oh man, it would be so much easier just to upload this and like edit it.
Yeah.
And then I was like, you know what? You can't recover from that.
Yeah.
Because say I did that and I had this tool do something with Frank's face.
Yep.
And it's like, wait, what did you do with my picture?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, man. I was trying to make my life easy.
Yeah. But here's the thing is like, once you upload that thumbnail or that image or whatever to the internet, anyone could do that. I could take your face and put it out there. And at what point does it have enough of your face for me to just say, generate Fern doing a thing on the internet and spitting out a video, spitting out an image?
Yeah.
And then hopefully the guardrails are good enough to protect from doing terrible stuff with your images, but maybe they're not. We keep seeing people doing interesting prompt engineering to break out of those guidelines.
Or, well, I guess, so that's one use case, but I've even seen a lot recently where it's called sextortion.
Mm-hmm.
So I didn't know this was a thing.
Yeah.
Because when I was in high school, I didn't have a cell phone. I'm not sending any pictures to anyone.
Yeah.
Right. But there's a lot of teenage boys that end up finding an early exit.
Yeah.
Because of this sort of stuff.
Yeah. It's terrible.
And my first thought with that is like, well, it doesn't even have to be real.
Correct.
Because nowadays, if someone has a tool or an access to a tool and the willingness to perform whatever action using that tool to manipulate someone's likeness into an image, into a video.
That stuff's already happening.
Yeah.
All the things that you just said that you're worried about, those things are actively happening. And we've seen emails being used, like people generating deepfakes of kids based on their... Kids use Facebook anymore? Probably not. But Instagram profiles, Snapchat profiles, TikTok profiles, grabbing images from that and then generating videos or images and then using that to convince them like, hey, I have this recording of you. And even if they know that it's fake, the threat of sending it out to friends and family, teachers, church members, right? That's enough to drive them to be terrified at worst, to unalive themselves at worst, right? Like, yeah, that's a terrible scenario to be in, and we've seen that kind of stuff actively happening. We've also seen it used for sort of creation of pornography with employers' faces, right? To say like, hey, this person was on this, I found this person on this website, you should fire them. So, right, that kind of stuff. The synthetic content, the deepfakes are absolutely going to continue to be a challenge. I don't know if you're familiar, but obviously back in November with the general election, there was a Biden deepfake voice call that was sent out to a bunch of voters in New Hampshire. Basically like, hey, don't go vote on the election day. It's fine. Democrats vote on a different day. You don't have to worry about coming out to vote for the primary. And very convincing, sounded very much like President Biden, and almost certainly disenfranchised several voters from voting. It was enough to impact an election or not, hard to say. Mm-hmm. And that's just voice. There's a lot of stuff out there that people are starting to use fake videos. There was one of President Zelensky about a year ago. Not very good, but if you had a motivated threat actor, they could certainly do better. Basically telling Ukrainians to give up, to forfeit, to surrender. And again, if you're on a grainy cell phone on the front lines of Ukraine, that's maybe going to seem semi-believable, right?
Yeah, just good enough, right?
Yeah.
I've seen a lot of stuff recently with the misdis malinformation.
Yeah.
right? So one of them is like the tariffs
Mm,
and how they calculated these numbers.
yeah.
So there's like this famous picture of Trump holding like this sign, just like this numbers. Like the first one was like 67%,
Yeah, yeah.
34, whatever.
Yeah, all the different trade deficits and things. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's not necessarily labeled as such,
Yeah.
right? It's just labeled as tariffs.
Sure.
But what it really comes down to is a deficit.
Yeah.
And so I was like, all right, cool. So I'm kind of like looking into it. And what you'll realize, if you get to the bottom of the list, there are companies that import more
Mm,
than they export
yeah, yeah.
from the US.
Countries, right? Yeah.
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 But yet they're still getting penalized with like
Mm,
a 10% minimum or whatever it is. So it's like, even if there is a deficit, right, in favor of what they export versus what they import,
yeah.
right, they're getting hit.
Sure.
But if their entire economy depends on the US and what they're buying,
Yeah.
they're still getting penalized. And
Yeah.
it's like, you wouldn't really see that, but because what's being presented is, well, look at all these high numbers and these deficits,
Yeah.
and this kind of asymmetric relationship
Sure.
between the US and these other countries.
And it's unfair, right? It's being phrased as an unfair trade practice, and we've been taken advantage of for so long. Right?
Yeah. And just imagine if you happen to make textiles,
Mhm.
and all I made was pencils. And I have a ton of people in my country, they need clothes.
Yeah.
They need something that you would have, right? But not everyone uses a pen because they have a phone,
Yeah.
right? Obviously, we're going to buy a lot more of your stuff than you buy from us.
Sure.
So I don't know. It's like an interesting time because there's one, like how you said, people can take tools that they don't have easy access to,
Yeah.
and make certain things and say certain things and present things in a certain way.
Yeah.
Or it's just a picture is enough to just fool people. In my opinion, right? Not a security expert, right? But I'm sitting across from one.
Sure.
I'm gonna tell you what I think is just a standard US citizen.
Yeah.
Just basic user. That there are people that are willing to take a lot of things at face value because it's convenient,
Sure.
versus do research and understand certain things
Yeah.
to understand whether it's true or false.
Yeah.
And so earlier we talked about how culturally, whose responsibility is it to protect the business?
Yeah.
Does the business have everything in place to where, a monkey can't blow it up?
Probably not.
Or are the people trained well enough to not click the link? Like, hey, Mary, don't click the link.
I guess I would argue, like, is there ever a point where that person will be trained enough to not click the link? Is there any organization in history that has a 0% click rate on their phishing assessments? I'm going to guess no.
Well, there's a lot of companies that have zero OSHA incidents.
Okay. So, sure.
I think you could argue that people know what is safe.
Is maybe part of that argument, because I think you made this this argument earlier, is maybe part of that the personal accountability, right? Like,
I think so.
if I have an OSHA violation, I die. If I click on this link, maybe something bad happens. Maybe the nerdy computer stuff doesn't go right. Maybe the company gets put out of business, but that's sort of like nebulous future state. I have no idea. Can you actually even tie it back to I clicked this link and then bad stuff happened?
I think this is more a cultural thing. So before I was doing anything in tech, I was doing programming stuff. I was doing a lot of like engineering work, design work, and part of that was building systems and control panels.
Yeah.
Wireless control panels, like OT type stuff.
Nice.
And so I've done a lot of programming, like FPGA programming, wireless programming. I actually built like a front end, like Windows form
Hmm.
program that we use at this other company I was at, where it tied into a backend database. And I built the database. I built the tables. I did all the queries, the functions, and basically was able to dump all this data into a database.
Yeah.
And then retrieve it as needed based on the input from like buttons being clicked on the front end device. And
you had security at the forefront of your mind as you were developing these things, right?
hell no.
And you're aware of what SQL injection is and how it could impact your database. Yeah.
Definitely not.
Right. Okay.
I was just doing a job, right?
Yeah, exactly. And that's most people, right?
But there was this one thing where what happened, and this is kind of where now it kind of changed my perspective, is like, you don't necessarily think about all these security things when you're just trying to get it done, right?
Yep.
But I was building something in a panel, and a guy that I worked with, he was a senior guy. He was a senior controls guy. And I was out in the field installing like some sort of device.
Hmm.
And it wasn't working. And I'm like, what's wrong with this? So I'm like opening the box, looking at the terminal blocks, trying to figure out where it's at, like what's wrong. I can't figure it out. So I just start like messing with it. Like maybe this thing is wrong or something. And so he comes out and he's like, all right, what's going on? Like what's the issue? Why can't this work? It's like, I don't know, man. Like I'm trying to do this. And he's like, well, what did you do to troubleshoot it? I was like, oh, this, and this. And then I basically admitted that I was like, I started messing around to see maybe this thing was broken and maybe it was the manual was wrong.
Yeah.
So I just started connecting different things. And he goes, you did what? And I go, oh, it was just troubleshooting, right?
Yeah.
And he got pissed at me. Because it was like $1,000 sensor probably. And he said something to the effect of, he said, everything matters. Everything matters. You have to know what you're doing. Everything matters. And I'm like, oh man, like, calm down, buddy. But at the time I was like 23, sure, maybe 24. But I remember thinking back to that. And, you know, even to this day, I think to that time where it's like, everything matters. And like, it was a simple thing. And I just, at the time, naively, admittedly, did something that I thought was perfectly okay to do.
Sure.
Clearly it wasn't.
You thought it was perfectly fine to build that smoothie bowl where you were sitting.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. And then I learned that it wasn't.
Yeah.
And then when you have like that experience like that, you kind of become trained that, okay, well, maybe I should do things a little bit differently.
Sure.
But I think there's like a tipping point. And maybe it's an age or maturity where you start to consider certain things outside of the typical like yes, no scenario. And I think for me, that was one of them where, you know, going forward, like, oh man, my wife, she does all kinds of dumb stuff.
Are you allowed to say that on the podcast?
Yeah. Yeah. I don't think she listens. But she knows this.
Even then, she knows
this. Because she'll do something. I say, you did what? She's like, oh yeah, I just did this. I'm like, well, no. Like, you need to not do that. You need to take that off your phone. You need to delete that. Like, we don't even know if you've been hacked, kind of thing.
Yeah.
So, like, we had that conversation multiple times. And I think there's a difference between someone that has been exposed to security,
sure,
going back to you can't be what you can't see.
Yeah.
Right? I think is what it was.
Yep.
Like, how do you become a better equipped person to handle the security threats if you don't know anything about security?
Yeah, well, and I would argue it also comes down to what do you value, right? Like if you don't care about security, like maybe sort of like contextually or conceptually you care about security. I don't want my private information out there or posted on the internet, so I'm worried about disclosure and confidentiality, right? Sure, at a conceptual level. But if you value whatever that thing is that you're trying to do more than sort of this nebulous idea of security, you're going to do that thing.
Yeah.
And that ties into people's jobs, that ties into people's personal lives, that ties into like not even just like technology stuff. If it's more convenient for me to jump the turnstiles at the subway than to go pay for a pass and spend the money, I'm doing a risk calculation of, is there a transit cop around? Are they going to catch me before I get on the train and get out of here? Right? Like people do that sort of risk calculus in a lot of the things that they do throughout the day.
Yep.
We just don't understand all the back end math of how bad it is every time you click on that link to determine sort of the actual risk assessment there. And frankly speaking, most organizations don't value that over all of the other stuff the organization does. And to your point, right, like building that form that has the back end database, You had a job to get done. You had a function that needed to be performed that was helping to make the business function better. There was no thought about security or what could potentially happen if that database gets blown up or altered in some way, right? Like, hey, that customer now gets 1,000 units of something for free because they were able to hack into it and change the back end data. That's a problem. No one really thinks about that stuff until it becomes a challenge.
Mm-hmm.
And I get it, right? Like their job, their thing that they're worried about, whether it's family, professional, wherever, is not security. And I that's kind of why I say that no matter how much training, no matter how much we say this is important, we're ultimately trying to change human behavior. And how many people know that salad is more healthy than chocolate bars, right? And they still eat chocolate bars. No amount of training is going to get people to eat more salad, right?
No. And so I actually had this conversation, and I forget who I was with, because I talked about how people know what a healthy eating decision is. And I even said, like, for myself, like, at one point I was doing bodybuilding, right? I got the trophy over there.
Nice. Yeah,
It's
saw
up
it.
there.
It's good.
So that's just it's just so people know.
Yeah. That's right. I'm buff. I used to be somebody.
I used to be a buff bro. I used to be a meathead. Now I'm just a fluffy head. But like at one point, I made decision to eat tilapia with mustard and stevia, because that is what you have 2 to 3 weeks out of a bodybuilding show.
Sure.
So there's no seasoning. I mean, you could do salt. So it's basically chicken, raw chicken cooked on a pan with salt, maybe pepper, maybe a couple other spices. When you get to like 2 weeks out of a bodybuilding show, it's tilapia 3 times a day, usually, with some sort of green vegetable. And you can't have seasoning, not even salt, because now the salt
messes with your fluid retention.
Yeah, it messes with that.
Yeah.
So you kind of like you reduce your salt intake.
Yeah.
Then you're obviously reducing your carbs, right? Because now you're kind of like pulling back on all these carbs. So that way, when it's time to go on stage, you do what's called carb loading, and it fills your muscles up. So if you find someone like a week out of a bodybuilding show, they'll look really small. And then the day of the bodybuilding show, they look like they gained 20 pounds. It happens all the time. So like when I had competed, I weighed in at like 174.8, like right under at the top of the middle class weight class, weight restriction limit, right? Because in open bodybuilding, there's not a height requirement. So you can be any weight, or you can be any height, as long as you fit within the weight, right? So the shorter you are, the more muscle you can pack on to meet that, which is why you see a lot of bodybuilders tend to be smaller frame, but big, because they compete in certain classes and they can just put on more muscle for their size. They're more compact, right? More dense, if you will.
Makes sense.
Whereas if someone if someone was 2 feet taller and weighed the same, they're not going to look as like muscular, right?
Yeah.
Because it's all stretched out across those additional 2 feet.
Sure.
But anyway, so like when it came to the diet, I would always make sure that the vegetables, the fish, and that happened. Get on stage, compete, the next day, 20 pounds heavier.
Yeah.
Not even joking.
Yeah.
20 pounds heavier overnight.
Yeah.
Essentially. And then from there, I would make my choices. But when I was going for a certain result, I made certain choices.
Yeah.
Because I knew what those choices would lead to.
Yep.
Right.
That's exactly it. Like making informed choices is what it's all about. And making informed choices towards a specified outcome or goal.
Yeah. And now I still make those choices.
Yeah.
So right here is a Starbucks drink.
Yeah.
It's got 6 pumps of sugar in it.
Yeah.
And I know that because at one point I was saying, hey, can you do like half as much? And for a venti, it's 6 pumps or 3 pumps if you do half.
Right.
So when I went to the Target to get your water today, the lady did it. She did 6 shots. I was like, oh, that's my drink. Right. So I knew what it was, and I knew when it was coming out. And I'm thinking to myself, I got 6 pumps of sugar. Should I be having that? Probably not.
Right.
But am I going to?
Yes.
100% of the time.
Well, because you're also balancing it out, like of what do I want here, right? Like, again, what is the intended outcome? Do I want a tasty drink, or do I want 200 less calories of sugar in my drink, right?
Yeah.
And is the joy you get from drinking that going to be diminished so much to the point of whatever the other benefit is of not having that many calories of that sugar?
Yeah, it's like a risk-based decision,
Exactly.
right? Or an outcome-based decision.
Hmm.
And I think a lot of times when it comes to people's personal lives, like what they eat, I mean, you can see this if you walk around a Walmart, for example. Walmart or a Target or a Sprouts, there is a difference in body composition in these different places, right?
Sure.
There's also a difference in what they sell.
Yeah.
There's also a difference in the price that they charge.
Yep.
Right. But people make these choices.
And where they are, right? Like, I got to drive out of my way from the middle of South Central Phoenix to go to a Sprouts or a Trader Joe's. There's literally a Walmart across the street.
So where do you go?
So I will drive out of the way to go to a nicer place. But not everyone has that opportunity, right? Not everyone has a choice to be able to get in their car and drive 20 miles or whatever to go shop and spend $100 at Whole Paycheck, right? They don't have that opportunity.
Did you call it Whole Foods Whole Paycheck?
Yeah.
Okay.
You not heard that one before?
No.
Yeah. Yeah, not everyone has that opportunity, right? But unfortunately leads to unfortunate outcomes.
Yeah. It almost parallels if you don't have the ability to have some sort of fundamental security understanding, to make a certain choice to understand things that you can't see.
Yeah.
You might make a choice that otherwise would be something you wouldn't do.
Yeah.
And it's just a strictly nature of well, not the environment somewhat.
Yeah.
But the fact that you can't prepare for every situation.
Sure.
You're not Doctor Strange.
Yeah.
Right? You just make the best choice that you think you can make
That's
at
right.
the time based on the information that you're given.
That's exactly it. And I would say even then people make the wrong choice, right?
And that's out of
People still choose to eat chocolate and candy bars when they know that salad is better for them. And it comes down to that outcome-based, value-based, what is important to me at the time of that decision. Because not everyone is thinking of, is this going to harm the company if I click this link, right? Not everyone is thinking every link I click has the potential to blow up the entire organization. And even if we've hammered that into them with security awareness training, quarterly, daily, monthly, yearly, whatever that looks like, even though we do phishing tests to make sure that people understand what phishing emails look like, people still click the link.
Yeah. And it's usually Karen, isn't it?
Karen's great. I'm not going to talk trash about Karen. She does an amazing job.
Karen gets mad at everyone. She goes carrot on them.
That's right.
Yeah, I don't know. It's so a little bit of context for me, for you, is before Mike, I had only spoken with another security executive once. And for the handful of people that listen, they hear the story all the time because it always comes up.
Right.
Came up multiple times. I think we're close to like 20 episodes now.
Nice.
By the way, you might be like 19, or you might even be 20. I have to check.
That'd be great if I was 20. We'll call it a nice round even number.
20.
20th anniversary episode.
So here's something. So this is a separate topic, but what I want to do. No, hang on. My wife says I'm a manifesting generator. I don't know what that means. Basically, the world bends to my will.
Nice. That sounds nice. How's that working out for you?
Sounds like Magneto.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Fine.
Yeah, pretty good if you can manifest what you want. Yeah.
So there's been certain times where I've said things and they've happened. Right. And perfect example is you're here today. Right. And I'll tell you the backstory with that, but we'll go back to this other idea of like making things happen. I've got this idea that what I'm going to do is for the first 20 people that took a risk and showed up, we're going to throw like a party, like a happy hour or a dinner.
I like it.
We're going to get all these people together. We're going to go to a nice place or some sort. We're all just going to hang out and we're going to just have fun. And it's going to be a way for anyone that has been here to do something as a thank you for showing up.
I like it.
And so I got to find someone to pay for that. I was talking with Bonner and he was like, yeah, man, like we might know some people that might be able to help you.
Yes.
Or at least help guide you on how to find that.
Yeah.
Because I was like, yeah, I don't know how much it's going to cost me. And he's like, yeah, dude, just like Trust me, like stuff like that, people will be happy to pay for.
Yes.
I'm like, yeah, but then I don't want, people to show up and feel like now they're going to get sold to. Right.
Yes.
Because it's like,
there are ways to do that. And I've participated in a couple of those events recently where like it'll be a sponsored thing, but it's not a sales pitch, right? It is, you show up, you have conversations, you network with some really cool people,
Mhm.
and it just happens to be someone paid for the food. And I usually don't do those events, or I'll pay for myself, just, gift clause and all that fun stuff. I don't want it to seem like I'm being unduly influenced by the people out there. So to your point, people will help pay for things.
Okay. So that's the plan. At some point, I'm going to do that.
Yeah.
I just got to see when we get to that number
Yeah.
of episodes.
Yeah.
Or I have to double check, right? Because we're basically there.
Yeah.
I think it'd be pretty cool. Just like have like a group picture, like, hey, we're all just hanging out with Fern.
I'd love it.
And everyone would know each other because
as we've established, I show up.
you do. You do show up.
I will be there.
In the 3-piece.
Yeah, that's right. 100%.
With the cap.
That's right. Yep.
No cap, as the kids say.
No cap. Yeah, that's right. Do they still say that?
I think so. I say it all the time.
Cool.
So skibbity Riz, skibbity. What else does my daughter say? Sigma.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Mew. Do you know what mewing?
Do they do the mewing thing?
Yes.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Like I'm learning all these things. And there's actually a show on Netflix right now called Adolescence.
Oh yeah, I saw it. Yeah.
So we're on episode 2.
Nice.
And we're at the part where they're at the school talking to the different kids, and the detective's son says, "Hey, like, have you checked their Insta?" And it's like the different emojis and the colors and what they mean. And I'm sitting there like, wait a second, is this like real?
Yeah.
So I'm getting to boomer age. I'm a millennial boomer.
You're just an elder millennial, I think is what they call us.
Yeah, maybe. But I feel like get off my lawn is right around the corner.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I feel that.
But luckily we only have rocks at our house.
Yeah, get the zero-scape.
Yeah, the zero-scape.
Uh-huh.
And trees that have the water irrigation. So I can't say get off my lawn, but I can say get off my rocks.
Do kids often play on your rocks?
No.
I don't even think the added benefit. No one comes to play on your rocks.
I would be hard pressed to tell you how many kids live in our neighborhood. Because our kids are homeschooled, by the way. So they don't hop on a bus. They just stay home. They wake up at like 10 or 11.
Nice. That sounds nice.
No, it sounds nice, but it's annoying for me.
Yeah.
But anyways, getting back to making these things happen.
Yeah.
Right. So that dinner, at some point, I'm going to figure it out. So you've made it in the club. You're officially in the club.
Are we going to get little pins? Because like clearly I like pins.
I can probably find some. I like it. Find some cool ones.
The Fern first 20 or something.
Yeah, it's like a badge of honor. Like, so we'll do that. And what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to get out to Vegas. And so Mike I think he's on vacation somewhere right now. He gets back on Tuesday.
Nice.
I'll probably hit him up on Wednesday or Thursday. I'm trying to throw a dinner in Vegas with Mike and the boys.
Yeah.
So all of his friends that happen to just be in the gaming world.
Yeah.
That might just happen to be CISOs at these different casinos.
Cool. That'll be a good networking event.
Yeah. And I've got this thing right here on wheels. So I could just throw it in the car, drive out there.
That's cool.
And do recordings.
Yeah.
So we're taking it on the road.
Doing a mobile command center.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I think it's pretty cool because like, I think so I guess if you can't tell, I'm very scatterbrained.
It's okay. I love it.
You kind of see like the hamster wheel, right?
For sure. I've got a couple of friends that are like this and just like consistently go off on multiple tangents of stories. And
it's like,
no. I love like seeing the branching chain of things and like putting it all together. So I love just watching it happen.
So we're just
and
now we're like a sun collapsing.
That's right. Yeah,
coming back in.
Got to bring it back in. Yeah.
So here we go. We're passing the event horizon.
That's right. Also a good movie.
It is.
Yeah.
Do you know that in Interstellar, that's the best representation of a black hole based on
all known science currently?
All known science.
Yeah, that's cool.
And I think it was 32,000 hours of compute power.
Wow.
Something crazy.
Yeah.
Don't quote me on that.
Yeah.
But it was something crazy.
It was a lot.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
But getting back to all these things happening and doing all these cool things, saying that you're going to do certain things, right?
Mm.
Uh, when it came to you, at the very, very beginning, I remember thinking to myself, it would be really cool if he showed up, right?
Sure. Now you're like super disappointed that I'm actually here and I'm just some nerd, right?
No, 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 not at all. So what I find interesting is when I told you about the guy that I met. I actually know I told you about it, but I didn't tell you what happened. I met him on an elevator. Saw his name badge,
Mm.
said hi, shook his hand. He got off on the 3rd floor, kept going. Maybe the 2nd floor. I remember. But I was on the 4th floor, that's for sure. And we were going down, and he happened to get in and then get it right out. So I think he would have been 3-2, right?
Makes sense.
Because I didn't follow him into the lobby. So 3-2 is what
Yeah.
makes sense.
That's how math works.
Yeah. We were going down. I got on at 4, and he wasn't on 1. So by nature, he was 3-2.
This is one of those word math puzzles that you had to solve when you were in elementary school, right?
Yeah, and just solve.
A man gets on an elevator at 4th floor. He goes down a floor, and another man gets on the elevator.
How many men were in the elevator?
Yeah.
Well, you have to know, were there any before you got on?
That's right. Yeah.
Right. So never really spoke with any executives. And going back to, what do I have to offer? What is it? And I think what it really comes down to is a lot of people in the security executive world don't understand sales. Right. And I like to compare it to gambling or playing a game that you don't know the rules to.
For sure.
So what I've found in talking to all these different people is that there is a consistent lack of trust among people in the sales community.
Okay.
Right.
For each other or for whom?
From someone with a budget that is working with someone that they don't know.
Gotcha. Okay.
If you've been working with someone for 20 years, obviously you trust them. You probably, hang out with them, do stuff, whatever.
Gotcha.
That's
so someone like me, a customer trying to buy something, I got some money and I have a mistrust for someone in a sales role.
Yeah.
Yes.
In general. Yeah. Someone that you never met.
Sure.
Right. And so I kind of came to this idea that there's a lot that happens at the back end of sales that people don't understand.
Yeah.
And if they understood it, they'd be better at their job. Not in a tactical way on how to do the job,
Sure.
but how to manage a budget.
Yeah.
Right. Because a big part of being an executive is managing your budget.
Yep.
And when you go to the grocery store, if you know that there's coupons that exist, but you don't know where to find them, do you really get the best deal?
That's right.
So think of it like that. But think of it more so as a game where it's designed for everyone to play, but you're just kind of clicking buttons.
Yeah.
Right. I don't mean you specifically. I just mean in general, people do this.
Yeah.
So,
and oftentimes people don't have time to play the game, right?
That's the other thing too.
I'm the one person making this purchase and I just need to make it go. Please just tell me how much I have to pay you for the thing that I want to get.
And that's the same thing that Dan said, is that that's not I have other things to worry about. That's not my thing.
Yeah.
And so what I've come to realize is that, yes, I may not be security savant. Never will be. But what I do is I know things about the world of sales that other people don't know.
Sure.
And once they understand these things, they feel more empowered and equipped to navigate the waters of where they're spending their money. So I spent my entire career hiding from executives because I never felt like I had anything to offer. And then what I realized in talking to all these people is I know so much about my world that they don't understand.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, and it's sort of purposefully hidden behind the wall of procurement or of purchasing that most organizations don't want you to understand it. Don't want me to understand it.
Yeah. Because if you did, you're better at the game.
Correct.
Yeah. Right. So what I've come to realize is that that's something that I kind of want to focus on is helping people, understand or empower them to make better decisions.
Yeah.
Right. And when you talk about things that they've never heard or things that they don't understand, who do you trust more?
Yeah.
The person that's never told you this stuff that you've been working with for 4 or 5 years?
Yeah.
Or the random stranger that you just, oh, geez, right?
Well, I think it comes down to evidence, right? If you can prove to me that someone else has been screwing me for 20 years, then I may trust you a little bit more. Oh, and even though I've maybe got some amount of trust built up there, right?
So that happens all the time.
Yeah.
So I was having cigars with a buddy of mine. I don't work with him right now, but he was at another place that I did work with.
Hmm.
And I say, hey, I won't say his name. I was like, hey, you remember when I saved you guys like $250,000? And he was like, yeah, multiple times. Like literally, he's like, yeah, multiple times.
Nice.
And I go, wait, what? And he's like, yeah. So then I recounted the story that I remembered.
Yeah.
And he was like, oh, yeah, no, you were actually off. The number that you saved us on that was way more than, the 250.
Nice.
And in my mind, it was a $500,000 purchase that I saved him 250,000. 230 is what I remember.
Yeah.
It turns out this quote was closer to I think he said it was like 700.
Oh, geez.
So he was originally paying about 700 for something. And when I got involved, this is the first time I got involved with him because he would never pick up the phone. I got him the quote at like 270. And it still made 10% for the business, right?
Yeah.
So these other guys were definitely had the barrel ready. But once I showed him that, he never went back to these other people. But he'd been working with them for a while. So it's like things like that. So kind of like talking through these different things and showing executives the things that I know about the world that they don't really care to understand. But if they knew it, it'd be interesting to see.
Yeah.
Or at least.
Well, and how does it provide value to me, right? Like, I think that's the most important part is if you can show me something that provides value to me that I wasn't aware of beforehand, I'm going to listen to you.
Yeah. So that's kind of where I kind of see this diverging now is like, now that I think of it like I've been able to talk to, and not necessarily interview, but like ask questions of people that otherwise wouldn't pick up the phone or show up, right?
I will always answer the phone and I will always show up for him.
Yeah. Well,
you want me to come back next weekend?
Yeah, this is a Sunday. I'm spending Sunday afternoon.
It's true. Yeah. I am also spending a Sunday afternoon wearing a 3-piece suit. So,
but you always wear it. So
that's true. That's true. It does not put me out at all to be here.
Okay. Well, I appreciate you showing up.
Of course.
Because if anything, what I find is that there's a lot of stories that people have. Everyone has a journey.
Yeah.
And everyone has a story to tell.
Yep.
And it's very rare and far and few where people can talk about growing up in Yuma. Right?
Yeah, I was going to say there's not a lot of us out there, but there's not a lot of us out there that are doing this that have grown up in Yuma. For sure.
Exactly.
Though if you do want someone else who has a similar story, Michael Moore, the Secretary of State CISO, he's got an amazing story, and he also grew up in Yuma.
See, I reached out to him, but he ignored me.
Yeah. Well, I might have some influence there. I can tell him to respond back to you.
Okay. Yeah, I think you gave me his name.
Yeah.
Originally. And I was like, oh, okay, cool. So him and Bonner were at the same time. So I reached out to Bonner. Bonner's like, yeah, I'll stop by.
Bonner is another dude that will show up for just about everything.
Yeah.
For sure.
So he came by. Michael Moore didn't.
Yeah.
But, when you talk to all these different people, you kind of learn that they all have their unique stories. Yeah. But what you don't necessarily get is to hear that from the person.
Mm.
Because typically when you go to an event, even you specifically, you go to an event, there is an agenda.
Oh, yeah.
There is a sponsor. There is a desired outcome.
Yep.
And it's like, there is so much for people to learn and understand about the people that they work with in their community.
Yeah.
For someone to understand that the suit originated as the Zoot suit. Because
I might have the pictures of high school if you want me to show them to you later.
Yeah, we should get those.
Okay.
But to hear that started, because you were playing the tenor saxophone and you thought it'd just be cool to have the chains hanging, I'm with you. So when I was growing up, I always wanted to have a lowrider, with a car. But I had a lowrider motorcycle or a lowrider bike.
Yeah.
I actually had a legitimate Schwinn.
Nice.
Like a Schwinn body.
Yeah.
With all the twisted metal,
That's amazing.
I even had the chain steering wheel on my bike.
Of course.
With the handlebars all the way up here and the mirrors just below. And I never used them because I would ride around like this.
Nice.
I had the banana seat.
Yeah.
Black.
Yeah.
And the body of the bike was a candy purple.
Nice.
So it was dark, but in the sunlight, it was like a candy red.
That's beautiful. I can picture it.
Yeah. Well, I have a picture somewhere of this bike when we moved from Detroit to Arizona. Unfortunately, there wasn't room for it on the truck.
That's too bad.
So my dad sold it to his buddy, Frank, for like $50.
That's brutal.
And you know what I remember doing? I remember flipping our couch in the living room when I found out that my dad sold my bike for like, I think it was like $80 actually.
Yeah.
But at the time, this was 2000.
Yeah.
And I had invested easily $1,000 into this bike.
Yeah.
Money that I had earned.
Plus all the blood, sweat, and tears that went into it, right? The sentimental value.
Yeah. And so for the longest time, I was really upset about that.
Mm.
I was really frustrated because it was all my money that went into this bike.
Yeah.
And then
Did you at least get the $80?
I don't think so. I might have.
It's insult to injury there.
I don't remember that. But you know what? History repeats itself. Because when I found myself in Texas, moving back, we had rented a bunch of U-Haul, like U-Box, whatever they call it. Pack your own stuff up.
Yeah.
They come pick it up and take it. I reserved 4 or 5. We need like 8 or 9. And as you keep getting them, they keep piling on. So the people stop by, they take one box, go. Next box, go. Most of the stuff, like the day that we were moving out, like leaving the house to drive here, like a 16-hour drive, I was packing up my car with all the stuff and then throwing the car on a trailer and then bringing it out here.
Yeah.
And I'm in the garage looking at stuff and we're just like leaving stuff behind. And the neighbor, his daughter, was in high school. And we said, hey, Nikki, like, here's the code to the house. Get in, post whatever we have in the garage for sale. And whatever you make, you can just keep the money. So she sold a lot of the furniture, like a printer, a bunch of random stuff. And I'll never forget because I started loading up the trunk with my office stuff, like the computer stuff. And there's no room. I'm running out of room. And then I go to the garage and my daughter's bike is there.
Oh no.
And it's a decent sized bike. But I'm looking at the bike and I'm looking at my car. And it's like, there's no way this is going to fit. There's no way I can actually take this with me.
That's brutal.
And the truck was packed up. All the U-Haul boxes that we had used to pack everything were gone. And what happened was I forgot the bike in a corner because it was hanging up. I was just like piling stuff in that corner.
Sure.
So it kind of like blended in. And I remember thinking, oh my gosh, I'm literally doing what happened to me to my kid.
That's right. It's brutal.
So it's like,
so what'd you do? Did you leave the bike?
We left it.
Yeah.
So we had to tell her like, hey, unfortunately, we don't have any room. All the big orange things that we had are gone. We can't get another one. We can't fit in the car. The truck is packed.
How'd she deal with it?
She said, okay.
She didn't flip a couch.
She didn't flip a couch. But it's what's interesting is like, I went through that. And I know what it feels like.
Yeah.
But yet I found myself doing it to my kid.
Yeah.
And it kind of just brings me back to this idea of like, people know what's right. People know what's wrong.
Yeah.
People know what's good. People know what's bad. People know what they want to do versus what they should do.
Yep.
But even when you have like the best intentions, you always make mistakes.
Yeah.
And I'm a really good example because something that like really irritates me, like even thinking about it, like right now, it's like, yeah, that was my lowrider. I could have had that lowrider out here in Arizona, and now I don't because my dad didn't want to pay to have it on the North American moving truck.
Yeah.
But here having that experience and finding out that I did it to my own kid, it's like,
well, 2 things. Would you still be riding that lowrider today if you had it?
hell yeah.
I don't believe you, but it's a fun visual.
You haven't seen my MTV Cribs video.
That's true. I have not. I'll have to go back and watch it.
So most people,
It would be a great addition to the crib.
it would have been a centerpiece.
Wait, get rid of the cello. We're putting the bike up.
Yeah, hang it up like they used to do at McDonald's.
Yeah.
When you go in, they had the piano on the wall.
Yeah.
Just lowrider right here. Yeah, I think what most people don't realize is like this is just me 100% of the time. Whether with my kids, with my friends, with a random CISO.
Random CISO, yeah.
Yeah. The one person responsible for the whole state of Arizona.
Yeah.
And every agency that rolls up to one person.
Yeah.
sitting across from you.
Yeah, there's a lot of hard work that happens below me for sure.
There is. But when I went to this Elevate event, I was like, that guy's got some swagger, right? And then I go to the next event, 3-piece suit. Oh, okay. Next event. And then I think at some point I added you on LinkedIn. I got the accept.
Yeah.
I didn't have a sales pitch, right?
Yeah.
And random emojis talking about wearing shorts. I wore shorts.
That's right.
Next time I need an emoji, so no.
I'll add the laughing emoji.
Or add the JK.
Yeah.
The JK. So then I'll know, okay, he's just joking. But I came prepared. Like you said, sun's out, guns out.
That's right.
Tank top was, I was willing to put these arms on display.
I feel like this would have been a much different vibe if you and I were both sitting here in tank tops and shorts.
It would have definitely broke a few things.
The internet would be broken right now, for sure.
Broken, at least in the state of Arizona.
Yeah.
So I remember thinking, like, man, like, how is this guy always in a suit? It's Arizona, a 3-piece suit.
Even 125 degrees in the summer, still wearing the 3-piece.
Which is a testament to your commitment.
That's right, yeah. Uh-huh.
And so funny story is I told my wife, I said, there's this guy, he's always dressed in a suit. And I really just want to know why. And she's like, oh, yeah? I was like, yeah. It's like, I'm going to invite him on. He's going to show up one of these days, right?
I don't care about the cybersecurity stuff he's doing. I want to know why this guy wears a suit.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's fair.
But I think it's not that I'm not interested. I think that you've been present enough. People have seen you. They know who you are. They understand your mission.
Yeah.
They know that you're showing up to do certain things. Like everyone can get that.
Yeah.
Or everyone understands, what you're contributing and what you're doing.
Sure. I hope so.
And
I hope it comes across.
Oh, 100%.
Good.
But I feel like, I know you said you don't have kids, but so like my wife struggles a lot with being a stay at home with the kids and homeschooling. She feels like she's lost herself in a lot of ways. Like she doesn't feel like she's the same person that she used to be. Because of all these other things. And like health is, a lot of it's health related. But there's these things where, she's like, I haven't been out and I haven't danced to music. Right. And a lot of it's because like she can, but she can't, like energy wise, like going out and doing stuff is like really draining. So she doesn't. And, she, sometimes she talks about how she feels like she's a shell of herself. And it's really interesting to think that she's still there, right? She's still her, but inside she feels like she's not like living her full life.
Yeah.
But then also like she's not herself.
Sure. She's not as much of herself as she could be, or
like
to be.
As she would like to be.
Yeah.
And I kind of see this as like a very similar way. It's like every executive that goes to an event talks about cyber. Everyone is going to hear the story about what the state is doing, what an organization is doing, what's new, what's trending, what's AI, what are all the hot topics. But like, when was the time someone sat down and said like, hey, like, what was it like in your situation?
Yeah.
And instead of saying, oh, we love that you're doing all these things for the community, it's like, but why do you do it?
Yeah.
And
yeah.
Because I think when you understand the person, you understand the motive, and you understand kind of like the mission. So like a really good thing with Mike is one of the reasons why he started TSU. Did you ever hear that? So, or did you ever hear the story of how Actra got its name?
I was there when it first stood up, but I don't know if I know how it got its name.
I'll tell you, it has something to do with the rodeo.
Okay. No, I don't think if I've heard this, it's been long forgotten to time in my brain.
So it's a story about a rodeo and SEO optimization and where Frank was going with that.
Okay.
But I'll make you wait till this episode comes out.
I'll watch the episode.
Or the story about Dan in the car with Mike, right? Or the story about how Frank, and I think you were there, when Frank first came into Maricopa to present what Actra would have been.
Yep.
It was, I believe it was you, Eccles, Manron, and Schuler.
Yeah. It would have been the four of us, yeah. And Aaron Moore was the security operations lead at the time.
Okay. I don't remember hearing the name Aaron.
Yeah.
But I got the story, and I asked Mike about the story. Both Mikes about it. Dan, everyone was there for this. The inception.
Yeah.
But Frank had been working on this for 11 months.
Yep.
And he'd been working on it because of the InfraGard and some of the things that he saw as the lessons learned, right?
Yep.
And everyone knows Actra for what it is.
Yeah.
But how many people have heard the story
Yeah.
of the inception or the motivation for why he started it?
Yeah, there weren't a lot of us there at the very beginning of it, and it was an exciting time to be able to talk about something like that, because there's a lot of things that have come up like Actra since Actra has been in existence, but nothing is really like it, and nothing really came to be the way that it did.
Yeah. And to think that it's based off of like warfare and like a flat network.
Yep.
And as Frank says, a network of networks, right? And I what I don't think happens enough is you go into the office, right?
Mm-hmm.
When you go in, do you get a lot of drive-bys like, hey, what's up? How you doing?
They're less frequent than they used to be, right? We've got a lot of people that are working remote. So I'm in the office a lot, but most of my staff is remote. But it happens for sure.
So have you ever had where someone says, hey, how you doing?
Yeah, it's rare. My boss asks me how I'm doing.
Do you answer honestly?
Usually, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
But has it ever turned into like a 20-minute conversation?
It has, but it is certainly rare.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's kind of where I see this.
Yeah.
In the realm of things. It's like, if you want to talk cyber, you want to talk about the latest and greatest, there's events for that.
Sure.
And you can learn all those things. Right.
But I think it's really important, and you kind of touched a little bit on this, is the context of why we're doing the things that we're doing, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like it's important for us to connect with people as people, especially when we're impacting people's lives.
Yeah.
And I think better understanding, again, like what's important to them, what are their values, what are their expected outcomes, what do they want to see with their lives and their loved ones and their families, and not just like external facing, like going out and talking to our customers or stakeholders, but our own internal staff, our own people that we work with. And there's been a lot of talk around like this additional pressure that's put on your work family, right? They're expected to be way more than they were, 20 years or 50 years or 80 years ago or whatever, right? Used to have, in fact, it was Simon Sinek talking about how like you used to have your bowling club for fun. You used to have the neighborhood barbecues to get people together. Work was a thing that you did during the day, and maybe you had some connections with work, and then your loved ones and your family and everyone else were like sort of this separate thing. You had these individual groups that provided various things to enrich your life. And a lot of those things have like slowly shrunk and gone away. Where I think COVID really ramped this up, right? Where the only interaction you have is virtual interactions with the people you work with. Like you're not seeing your loved ones, you're not seeing your friends and family, you're not doing extracurricular activities, you're not even going to church or whatever your religious affiliation is. It's like these little tiny boxes where we just look at people on a screen all day, and that's the only human interaction you have. But now you're putting all of the burden of I need all of my human needs met by these handful of people that I work with every day.
Yeah.
And that's an impossible task for like any of those people to meet.
It is. And I think it's not something that most people will want to take the time to do.
Yeah.
So not only is it an option for them to do,
Sure,
they have to be willing to take the step.
Yeah.
Right. Like leading the horse to the water.
Yeah.
You can take them there, but it doesn't mean they're going to jump in or.
Well, and it's incredibly hard, especially seeing this from a leadership perspective, right? Like getting people to engage with that, because some people want to, like some people crave that need, that connection with their work family. Other people don't. They want nothing to do with it, right? They want to clock in at 8, clock out at 5. They want to do their job. And if I never talk to you outside of the hours of 8 to 5, Monday through Friday, I would be happy, right? There are people like that, and they do amazing work, and it makes it complicated for us to function as a cohesive team, especially in something like what we're doing where like the mission is so important. If it was like I'm just cranking out widgets 8 to 5 Monday through Friday, sure, maybe I don't need to know the guy who's cranking out widgets next to me. But the things that we're doing, the battles that we're fighting, like legit battles that we're fighting, the things that we're trying to accomplish and how dire it is if we fail, we need to function together as a cohesive team. And I think to your point, like there needs to be that deeper connection, that deeper meaning, that deeper outreach to understand each other as people to do it.
Yeah, I think so you said Simon Sinek. So in his book, Leaders Eat Last.
Yep. Love it.
He talks about the parallels of or maybe not necessarily parallels. He compares how people in the military see each other as family.
Yep.
And how they do things for each other because they know if they were the one in need, they have someone that they can depend on.
Yep.
And it's this idea that you kind of operate with a safety net.
Yeah.
Because you do it for other people because you knew they do it for you.
Yep.
Which is really interesting because when you think about a lot of corporations and the way that they treat people based on performance, based on business performance specifically, based on, 10K filings, it just becomes a numbers thing. And there is like this misalignment between how people want to view their work, potentially.
Yeah.
Like you find someone that's been working somewhere for 20 years and then they get laid off.
Yeah.
It's like, what do you mean? I've committed my entire life.
Yeah.
And it kind of creates like this feeling of like being tossed aside.
Sure.
Right.
It's like being thrown out by your parent, right? Like that's a pretty crappy feeling, especially if you've been fed this thing of like, we're a family and we're all in this together. And then, by the way, you're laid off, get out of here, right? Like that's a crappy juxtaposition to find yourself in. I think it was actually Leaders Eat Last that talked a lot about that like, companies that
furlough.
they're right, that, or like the opposite side, companies that maybe minimize the benefit of everyone, or minimize the pain of everyone to the benefit of everyone. Like we're not going to fire these people, but we're going to cut everyone's paycheck by 5%. But it's going to allow us to keep everyone. We're not going to riff everyone.
Yeah. And he kind of outlined it as like kind of like how you said, it's like a little bit of pain for everyone. So no one has to suffer all of the pain.
And those organizations tend to perform better, right? Like,
like the companies that pay $70,000 a year minimum for everyone.
Right, exactly.
I forget the name of the company. So it starts with an R.
Yeah, I don't remember.
But there's a guy that did that. Everyone in the company, doesn't matter who they were, made at least 70,000.
Yeah.
And I think his company's done pretty well. Like if I remember correctly, like 20x their business in the last few years.
Well, it's because like the morale benefits and like the everyone working together to a common goal and everyone looking out to the benefit of everyone else. Those things are hard to measure in like hard dollars, but they actively provide benefit to the company and to the organization, and like everyone moving together in a single path, everyone moving towards a single outcome is way more beneficial than like everyone moving in towards their own benefit, right?
So do you think you find a better alignment there on the government level, or like because the pay isn't necessarily,
and we're not driven by revenue, right? Like sure, we want to be aware of efficiencies and minimizing waste and ensuring that we're good stewards of taxpayer funds, but our ultimate goal is to provide critical services to our citizens. It's not to drive a bottom line somewhere. And those two can be in alignment, but ultimately, I'm not going to value the performance of you bringing in money to my agency. It's going to be how well are you providing that service to our citizens. And I think that helps to get everyone closer in alignment because it's not individual sales teams competing with each other or individual account managers competing with each other.
Yeah.
Even though all of those people competing may drive the revenue of the entire company, but it's not a guaranteed, right? And you're going to have winners and you're going to have losers. Where if we're all of the same mind of coming together to the benefit of the services that we provide to our citizens. I feel like it's way easier for people to get behind that.
But if someone has a potential to make more money somewhere else, which like even from, I didn't know this, but Lester kind of filled me in on it. Originally, it was that there's like levels of pay.
Yeah.
And I think unfortunately for him, he was somewhere in the middle. And I don't know where like state, local kind of falls compared to education or like county level. But I know there's kind of like a tier, right?
Yeah. Unfortunately, state tends to pay the worst out of all of those on the government spectrum. K-12 probably falls towards the bottom, just given everything that's going on. State government is pretty low. County typically pays better than state, and cities typically pay better than the county.
Okay.
And then higher education typically pays better than all of them, just because, especially at the large state schools.
Oh, okay. So like Maricopa to ASU is a good jump.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay.
I'll have Lester tell you about what that jump is, but yeah, he did okay.
Oh, I know.
Yeah.
I was actually hanging out with him at a watch event.
Nice.
Because he likes watches too.
Yeah.
I actually helped him get one of his watches.
Oh, nice.
Funny insider story.
If you find any good pocket watches, let me know.
Sometimes I see them.
Yeah.
They're really hard to come by.
Yeah.
But depending on the year, you can actually get a really cool Breguet. Have you heard of them?
Mm-mm.
So Breguet has been around as the longest, essentially Swiss watch brand in existence. Right. So a lot of people think of like Rolex as like the de facto standard when it comes to Swiss watches, but Breguet has been around way before them. They've been around way before Audemars. They've been around way before any other brand.
Yeah.
And they're usually fairly well priced. So Breguet, the original, I forget his first name, but Breguet was the man that invented the tourbillon. And the reason he invented it was because of pocket watches.
Yeah.
Where the pocket watch, when it's in your pocket, because of gravity, it messes with the springs and things like that.
Yep.
So Breguet actually invented tourbillon. So that way the watches, at the time they weren't wristwatches, the watches could have something that would counteract the effect of gravity.
Interesting.
And it would have a better, higher fidelity in terms of the accuracy of the time.
Yeah.
But when someone says, oh, like, what kind of watch is that? And it's, oh, it's a Breguet. Like, oh, I never heard of them. Like, yeah, because you're not in the know. You're not a watch person, right?
Yeah.
So I was actually at this event with Lester because I know he likes watches. So I invited him to this thing, and I just went there. It was like a new release or something. And he was like, hey, this is a situation with work. So we kind of went through like some of the things that happened. And I was like, oh, wow. So that's how I knew that his retirement was 8 hours because so here's something that
he couldn't stay out of the fight long.
So here's another thing too. And this is not necessarily like related, but kind of a funny story is when he was retiring, I got this crazy idea to have like a retirement gift made. Right. And I talked to Mike about it. He's like, yeah, we should do that. We're going to do it. Reached out to SEMA, didn't go anywhere.
Oh, that's too bad.
And then he ended up getting another job. So I was like, oh, okay.
Yeah. Now you're not really retired.
Yeah, but
save it for next time.
So, I don't even know if Lester listens to these, but if he doesn't, it'd be great because it'd be like a little gem in a time capsule. So Mike and I come up with a few things to get engraved on a glass. And one of my ideas was call SEMA because it's not my problema.
No. I love it.
Because she was, she kind of, I think he hired her into that role, right?
Yeah.
And
they overlapped for a little bit of time where he was transitioning out and she was transitioning in.
Yeah, I think it was like for a month.
Yeah.
Right. I think his last day was like December 6th, another random thing that I remember. But I remember thinking like, oh, we got to do this like thing before he retires. And then he's like, oh, I don't want any retirement party. I don't want anything. Like, well, okay. So maybe we'll do it. But then I never really heard back on like scheduling it.
Yeah.
And this is also like election time. So I was like, you know what? Yeah. We're not going to do it. But call SEMA because it's not my problema.
Love it.
was what I was gonna have engraved, and Mike, I forget his. I have it in a text somewhere.
Mm.
We had all these like funny ideas on what we are gonna put on the thing,
That's
and then
great.
on the actual like decanter, I have a picture of Lester at one of the events showing me his two favorite fingers, one on each hand,
That's beautiful.
and we're gonna have that etched onto the
I
glass.
love it.
So if he listens to this, great. If someone listens to this and tells him, that's even funnier.
I'll see what I can do.
Okay. I think it's a really small community. There's a lot of people. I'm happy that you showed up.
Yeah.
You only got bullied into it.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. Thanks, Dina. If she is watching, thanks, Dina.
so Dina doesn't watch. She listens.
Okay, that's fair.
So she'll download these and listen to them on her way to work. She has a few podcasts that she listens to, but she usually tells me, every episode that comes out, she's like, "Hey, this was awesome. I love this." So she's kind of like helping me with, where I'm doing well and where I'm messing up.
And bullying people to show up on the show.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, and she's helped get a few people on actually, which is really cool because, like I said, like a lot of times when I reach out to people, they're just like, "Who is this guy?" And it's like, it's not that it's frustrating, but it's kind of like a what do they kill vampires with? A stake.
Yeah.
A stake to the chest, because it's like, in my mind, I see it as like you go on LinkedIn and it says connect, right? And you click connect. And then I pay for premium, but I have it where you don't know that. So like the little gold symbol doesn't show up on my profile.
Sure.
But I can see who looks at my stuff.
Yeah, yeah.
So then I go there and it's like, I see the person I just went to connect with says they viewed your profile. I'm like, oh, and then this literally just happened today. There's someone that I added. I was like, oh, maybe a guest, right? Added, view profile 15 minutes ago. And then I go to like the messages, there's nothing there. Then I go to the connections, they're not there. And it's like, if you could just picture my face,
Oh, that's brutal.
like going dark,
Yeah.
like going grayscale.
Yeah.
And then, the hello darkness, my old friend.
That's right. Yeah.
Just imagine that playing and just me sitting there like
That's beautiful.
sad.
Yeah.
So that happens a lot. So
I believe it. Well, fortunately, as you said, the community here is small, especially the cybersecurity community, and we all know each other. And as you're continuing to make these connections, it will certainly help. And you've got a lot of people in your corner that are like helping to get your voice out there. So
I wouldn't even say it's my voice.
sure. Yeah.
I would say it's,
the voices of your guests out there.
yeah.
Yeah.
I like that better because my stories are always the same. Like if someone listens to a few episodes, they'll be like, oh, here goes the story again.
Nice.
Today, the Schwinn one was the first time I've ever talked about that.
Nice.
Probably saw me getting a little sad and
That's right. Yeah. I heard the music in the background. Yeah.
Yeah. You saw my heart breaking and shattering on the floor. Like a lot of the stories I just tell over. So it kind of gets repetitive.
Yeah.
Because not everyone listens to every episode. So, at least the guests, I'm sure the guests don't, especially if they've never heard of it. And they're just like, oh, okay. Someone says show up. Okay. So I like to think that everyone that shows up is they hear a new story from me.
Yeah.
But also people that are listening hear a 100% new story that they've never heard.
Yeah.
So, we talked about growing up in Yuma, your mom being a teacher, holding down the family when your dad was out of work, having her be there for you in a lot of like, we'll call them, not life altering, but very important decisions in your life.
For sure.
Right. And kind of being like the guiding force behind some of these decisions that you've made.
Yeah, she absolutely has been.
Right. And we talked about a few of those. There is kind of the start to your career, burnt out, somehow found your way back.
Yeah.
Right. The lessons that you learn when, starting out young and not necessarily understanding how things should be done.
Yeah.
Because you can speak your mind, but you might not get as far as you could if you did it with a little bit of filter.
Yeah. And play a little bit of politics, right? Like it's okay to speak your mind as long as you're filtering it a little bit and using it strategically. Mm-hmm. But if you're just spouting off constantly and just making enemies left and right, that was another great wisdom from Tim, my predecessor, is don't make enemies where you don't have to. Mm-hmm. And it doesn't necessarily mean that you have to, like, everyone has to be your friend, There's a joke amongst our crew that Tim is walking Disneyland. Everyone loves him and he's always happy. But the advice is not necessarily that you have to be friends with everyone, right? Like there are going to be people that disagree with you that you won't necessarily get along with.
Mm-hmm.
But not making enemies where you don't have to has been an important lesson that I've learned from him.
And by not making those enemies, are you able to leverage a relationship to get things done that otherwise?
Absolutely. And I think being able to like let things go and let things slide a little bit, right? Being able to have a conversation to not just immediately get ramped up to I'm pissed off about something and now I'm going to take it out on you. I think being able to sit through and have a conversation of why is this happening? Can we find common ground? Is there a path forward for us to work together, even if we both have to compromise and come up to finding that happy middle space?
Yeah. And I need Tim in my life way sooner.
Maybe we can get him on the show.
Maybe. I think
He'd be a great guest, actually.
the name sounds familiar. I think he works at like a consulting reseller.
He's at GMI now. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In fact, I think officially now the CEO of GMI. Yeah. So he's got a really interesting perspective. He can tell his own story, but he was at the CIA for several years, moved to state government, and then was in sort of political roles where he was working in Homeland Security, but liaison with the legislature. So making a lot of friends and partnerships within legislative circles, and then became the state CISO. So has sort of that cybersecurity background, and then became the director of Homeland Security, which has a much broader scope and focus, but still focusing on cybersecurity, and then moved into the private sector. So he's got this sort of interesting path. When he initially moved to GMI, he was the chief security officer over there, and now moving into the CEO role, bringing sort of that historic knowledge of cybersecurity, of his legislative connections and everything else. So it's a really interesting spot for a CEO to be in that I don't think a lot of them have that cybersecurity background specifically. So using that as a driving force and a principle for the company is really cool.
Well, for sure. Most people wouldn't have that story because people in that role probably don't ever. I think there's a lot of like misconception of what being in like when you're a CEO, you're essentially like a salesperson. Or, I mean, in a lot of ways, right?
Sure.
Because it's either through personal branding or through the things that you talk about, the things that you do, the value that you bring to the community. You're essentially kind of selling in some capacity the business, right? And ideally, I think for him, it would turn into if he talks about certain things that are happening, people will say, hey, that's actually useful.
Yeah.
Why don't we buy from that company? Or why don't we use their company? Because obviously the guy that's running it knows what he's talking about, right?
Yeah.
So that's a really interesting setup because most CEOs are like, well, how do we make this money?
Yeah.
Right. Or how do we win this deal? How do we do all this? Or how do we run this business? Whereas he has the context of, I know what these people are dealing with.
Yeah.
And I know that because I've been there. I did that job.
Yeah.
So it's almost like he gets to sell to, or not necessarily sell to, but be a resource for people that are in a situation that he knows intimately.
Yep. Absolutely.
Right. Yeah. No, I recognize the name. I don't think I've ever met him, but I also haven't met very many people. Mostly because they don't ever pick up. That's just a recurring theme with me.
Yeah.
I think until people, hear about the setup or they see a recording, because it's not like I don't pay for like advertising or anything. So it's not like this is probably get like a couple hundred views. And a buddy of mine is like, yeah, man, like if I was doing that, I want like thousands of views. And I'm like, I'm cool with 36, dude. Because
we'll see if we can amplify it. We'll see if we can get it more out there.
Yeah, I think it'd be great because it's like, I almost feel like, you ever watch Seinfeld at 3:00 in the morning?
Sure.
Right?
Yeah.
Like for real, or are you just saying sure?
Yeah, for sure.
So
either Seinfeld or any other sitcom, but yes.
Before Netflix, right?
Yeah.
So we're talking like 10, 15 years ago.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
So I had an old boss when I was at my last place. He was like, it's really good at what you do, right? But you really suck at calling people, prospecting, trying to find new business.
Sure.
And I always remember this because he goes, you ever watch Seinfeld in the middle of the night? It's like, no. He's like, it's the best comedy you'll ever watch. And I go, okay. And he's like, it's kind of like you. Like, if they don't know you exist,
Yeah.
they won't know what they're missing out on. So I kind of feel like that's kind of, in a lot of ways like this, it's like, who has this? Who's doing this? Nobody. Who's crazy enough to do it? Nobody. Who shows up day in, day out when they're getting like 40 views and it just like keeps chugging along?
Like you
Nobody.
said, you got to put in the hard work though, right? To get there.
Yeah. And I kind of see it as eventually people will be like, oh.
Yeah.
And I will say, I do feel like a celebrity, partly, because I was at CactusCon and I was walking around just like how I am now, but with a t-shirt on and some pants. Because, you know, this is the first time I've worn shorts in like 8 months, by the way.
You're welcome. It's
Yeah.
short weather out there, so there you go.
I thought we were wearing shorts today. So I walk around CactusCon.
I'll take that one.
Yeah. Remember JK next time.
Better emojis.
JK, LOL. So I'm walking around and a guy that works at Microwave, he's like, hey, Fern. What? And he goes, it's Fern, right?
Yeah.
And I go, yeah. And he goes, hey, yeah, Jared.
I know Jared. He's a good dude.
Yeah. Jared, something with an H.
Yeah, Robert.
Okay, yeah. So he was presenting it, and he was like, "Is that like?" I was like, "Yeah. What's up?" And he's like, "Hey, man, like we were talking on LinkedIn." I go, "Oh yeah, you're the guy," because we were talking about different books, and he had made some book recommendations, and I think I read all of them except for one of them, and then I gave him a few books, so I remember that conversation, and he's like, "Oh yeah, dude, like awesome, dude, like yeah,
you made it."
This is the first time it ever happened. It's
a celebrity moment.
Yeah, it hasn't happened since, and I don't really expect it, but it's kind of weird, like, someone that I hadn't met in person knew who I was.
Yeah.
Is there anything you think that we didn't cover that we should?
I mean, the universe is vast. There's a lot of stuff that we could talk about. Is there anything that you didn't get a chance to talk about? Is there a story that you haven't told that you want to get out there?
For me personally?
Yeah.
No, most people that I know kind of know how I got to be where I'm at.
Any other Purple Schwinn stories?
No. I mean, I'm sure they exist. So I had this idea the other night, because I do a little bit of messing around on LinkedIn. I kind of dabble here and there, make some videos, throw them out there. I've got like this new series coming out. I'm going to call it Shooting It Straight. I'll show you the promo clip for it, which is kind of like the intro, like an intro to a YouTube video. And the whole premise is just like offering insight behind the curtains, maybe to the mind of someone in sales, but also maybe the processes, or is it process? I don't know. It's late. How sales works.
Sure.
Incentives, motivations, what actually happens in certain situations, just to kind of shine light on things that people don't understand.
Nice.
So I'll show you that. I mess around on LinkedIn. And a lot of times I just go on there and just like, oh gosh, this place is terrible. It's just a lot of, actually, I don't want to say anything bad. It's just, you know what I'm talking about.
There is a lot out there to try to absorb, for sure.
There's a lot of stuff that happens on LinkedIn. And I just try and be funny. Like, I will say something dumb. I'll say something I think is funny. I'll post some videos, like some clips, MTV Cribs, or like even like the podcast clips.
Yeah.
And this other series I'm going to be doing, like that'll be there. So I kind of just like dabble in these different areas.
Yeah.
And my family is single income. And I've shared this plenty of times where, you know, my wife doesn't work. She hasn't worked in 10, 12 years. Realistically, never will for medical reasons. So a lot of it is on my shoulders, right? Good thing I guess I used to work out. You know, I can carry the weight a little bit. And so I was
got them big lats, big delts. There you go. Yeah.
So when I was working at this other place, I was making upwards of $500,000 a year in sales, right? Definitely up there, right?
Yeah.
Verifiable W-2s, right? Because a lot of people,
I'm not going to question you. I believe you.
A lot of people on LinkedIn will say certain things.
Sure.
And then it's like, yeah, it's not true. Like, show me your tax records, right? I got proof.
You come with receipts?
Yeah, I got receipts, baby.
Yeah, got receipts.
And, you know, I left that job. Probably a pretty dumb decision, but I was pretty upset with the situation and some circumstances and the decisions that were made that put me in a certain situation. And it was going to cost me a lot of money. So I made this idea to quit. I had this crazy idea to quit. And I was thinking about it, and it's like, when you're making that kind of money, when you're single income, when everyone relies on you, I had some situations where I lost a lot of money at the hands of people that I used to work with. Competitive business situations, right?
Yeah.
People that I would consider friends. Definitely not anymore.
Are those the kind of people that say, it's not personal, it's just business?
It's exactly what they would say.
Yeah.
And it's exactly what they did say.
Yeah.
So there's like stuff like that. And I remember thinking like, man, like, crazy is what got me into this situation. And then I started thinking about it more, and I was like, well, who would ever do this? Because I don't know if you know, but I built all this stuff here. Everything is hand cut, table saw, router, sanded, primed, painted, nailed, everything. This entire room was built by me.
Looks great.
Thank you. Actually, Ezra? He helped me with the lights.
Nice.
He told me the brand to look into, and those are the ones I ended up buying.
Those are great.
So it's like, I had this idea that like, crazy got me into this situation. And it got me, I would say, mentally, like rock bottom. Like, where I'm just like, man, what did I do? Like contemplating decisions. And like, you ever just like walk past a mirror and just like don't look in the mirror?
Yeah.
And
or ask yourself directly, what the F are you doing, man?
Yeah. Well, it got to a point where I didn't even look in the mirror. And it's like, man, this is like a terrible situation to be in.
Yeah.
And then I thought about like, all the stuff that I have done with this and the people that I've met and the doors that have opened.
Yeah.
And I have this like, what is it called? A catharsis. And I like to think of my life as crazy decisions will put you in a really bad situation. Right? But crazy decisions will also get you out of it. Because when I think of the things that I did to put myself in a certain situation, it's because of crazy. Right?
Sure.
But then when I think of where I'm at now, the people that I've met, the friends that I've made,
yeah,
I've only made them because of crazy.
Sure.
So in a lot of ways, I feel like everyone has a little bit of crazy in them. And it kind of comes down to how they use that crazy. Right? Because in my mind, it's like, do you celebrate Christmas? Do you remember how happy you were when you were a kid, waking up, maybe going downstairs under the Christmas tree, seeing the cookies half eaten?
Sure.
Seeing all these presents and then you start opening them, right?
Yeah.
There was a certain feeling with that, right? But when you think about it and you realize that the entire time it was just your parents,
yep,
kind of killed it, right?
Yeah. I've had that thought about, obviously, like I said, I don't have kids, but like, that's a tough decision to like create magic in a child's life through lies.
Yeah.
Right.
But it happens all the time.
Yeah.
So I like to think of like, like the feeling of like happiness or like a sense of wonder is I kind of like, in my mind, I think of it like, if you were to think of Christmas before you knew what Christmas really was, that's kind of like how I feel about doing a lot of this. Because I get to do things that if you asked me a year ago, if you said, hey, Fern, you're going to have Ryan Murray sit across from you, Gene Shapiro.
Say, who the hell is Ryan Murray?
At the time, I didn't know.
That's right. Yeah.
But everyone else in the local community knows. And it's like, Gene, Mike, Lester, Mike, Dan. Like, you just go down the list and you're just like,
yeah,
how did I get all these people to sit?
Also, why do you have 3 people named Mike on the show? What's going on there?
The Maricopa Mikes.
No, like we're setting a trend here.
Yeah.
We need to get Michael Moore, too. I'm sure I got some other mics that we can bring on.
Tons of mics, right?
In fact, we did a panel. Sorry to derail the conversation, but we did a panel where it was Michael Moore, Mike Letman, Mike Manrod, and I swear, and Bonner, and they called it Mic Drop. I feel like there's a show that could be potentially spun off there.
There is.
Yeah.
There is. There's a lot of mics there, the mic drop. I remember that. That was I remember hearing about it or seeing it. I didn't realize Bonner was in it,
Yeah.
but I remember hearing about the mic drop because
Yeah.
I think Manron had posted about it.
Yeah. Yeah.
So yeah. I mean, I'm on wheels. I can go anywhere I want.
That's right. Yeah.
But I guess getting back to kind of like the sense of Christmas
Mm.
and to say that I've done so many things with people that I was essentially scared to talk to. Andy called it imposter syndrome,
Mm.
but I think there's a level of discomfort in talking with people that you maybe don't feel worthy of talking to.
True.
Because like, what do you really offer someone, right?
Yeah, but there's definitely a level of intimidation, and I think it's specifically inherent in sort of that different power dynamic of like, I've never met you before, you're this thing up on a pedestal, right? Like, why would you ever want to talk to me?
Yeah, that's exactly what I dealt with.
Yeah.
And I think early on, it's kind of how it was. And luckily, for me, Mike was, gracious, said, yeah, I'll be your first guest.
Yeah.
Because I had built all this before I had any guests lined up.
Talk about taking a crazy chance.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And I think that, so in my mind, in a lot of ways, like, crazy got me into the situation.
Yeah.
Where I found myself, losing money and forfeiting money and, leaving a place that most people realistically would never leave. Like golden handcuffs, right?
Sure.
But maybe I kind of, in a lot of ways, just believe that I could do something on my own.
Yeah.
And we're still trying to figure it out, right? With all of this stuff. But it's like, without the crazy, how do you, where does crazy get you?
Sure. Well, and I would say just like to tie it back thematically, right? It's about risk management. Like you took a calculated risk. You said, staying in my current role, staying what I'm continuing to do, status quo, has its own risks, right? There may be some rewards here, financial or otherwise, but there are going to be risks if I continue to do this.
Mm-hmm.
Or I could go this other potential offshoot route, and there are certainly risks in doing that, but the rewards are immense, and the impact is going to be huge if I can make it work. So like doing that calculus in your head of figuring out like, which of these risks is worse and which of the outcomes is better?
Oh yeah.
And then figuring that, and just like taking a leap and making a decisive choice one way or the other.
Yeah.
I think that's where a lot of us get hung up is like, we stand there at the crossroads and go like, I don't know which one of these I should do. And we like default to the least inertia. Like
yeah.
it's easier for me to just, even though I hate this and the risks are terrible and it's painful, it's easier for me to just like stay doing what I'm doing as opposed to like jumping into the crazy.
Yeah, it's like fear-based decision.
Yeah.
Instead of maybe fear and risk kind of, I'm sure, align in some way.
For sure.
Overlap, but it's like if you make decisions based on fear, do you actually make the right choice?
Well, I think there's something to be said for most people fear the unknown or the unexpected versus if you can have that childlike sense of wonder of the unexpected or the unknown and like not be worried about, I don't know what is over there, but there's potentially some really cool stuff. And I'm going to take a chance and walk down that path and not be scared just because I don't know what's going to happen, but be excited because I don't know what's going to happen.
Yeah. Yeah. And, I think so Mike and I had talked about me starting a podcast back in January or actually December of 23. Right. It was when I first met Mike is at an event.
Yeah.
A CSA event. Yeah. We talked about it and I was like, and then I go to these events and I remember thinking like, because Jean was on the panel and I took her pictures like, oh man, if I get her to pick up, maybe one day I'll talk to her. Right. And there's a bunch of other people too. And then like you were on there. I remember thinking like, oh, dude, this is the guy for the whole state. Like, how crazy would that be?
And now look at you.
Look at us.
Yeah, there you go. Look at us.
We're here. So going back to what my wife says is like generating these things, making things happen. I have no idea where this is going to go.
Sure.
But I will say, I feel like it's going in a good direction. And as long as I stick to it.
Yeah.
Maybe find some sponsors along the way.
Yeah, that maybe helps.
Then make it a lot easier.
I mean, if nothing else, you've gotten here. Like, this is an amazing accomplishment, right?
Mhm.
The fact that you've gotten people on the show, that you've built this space, that you're doing what you enjoy, and you're not starving, clearly. Right? Wait, that maybe sounds like a bad. I didn't mean it that way.
Wait, are you calling me fat?
Uh,
Because I'm definitely not starving.
yeah,
Someone is starving is you because we've heard your stomach a couple times.
I know, right? I need to get some more of those Cheetos. I don't mean that in a fat joke.
No,
like
I know what you.
clearly you're doing okay, right? Like you're taking care of your family, you're doing all right, and you're doing something that you love, that you think is exciting, that you're having I assume having a fun time doing, and that's like the dream, right?
Yeah, the only part of the dream is that it's in the nightmare phase because I haven't figured out how to make money.
How do you monetize it? Yeah.
Yeah, and honestly, when you get like sub 100 or sub 200 views, it's like, all right,
Sure.
how are we really gonna make? Who's really gonna want to fork up some dough for this?
Sure.
But I have been working on some things. I might just be the go-to person for when people don't want to talk to salespeople.
Hmm.
So, past guests was saying, "Hey, like, how's it going?" I was like, "Yeah, I'm just torturing money," right? And he had offered up. He said, "Hey, like, if there's a vendor that wants time with me, I don't ever take time with vendors, but if they sponsored your episode, I would sit down with them."
Yeah.
So guess what I did? Set him up with a meeting.
Nice.
I don't know if it went anywhere. I had to track, but I got to check with the company and say, "Hey, like, pay me my money."
But at least, again, it's opening opportunities, right? It's opening doors, and
Yeah.
potentially someone will take a crazy chance and say, like, we don't know if this is going to work, but we like what you're doing and we want to help you do it more.
Yeah, there's I think you probably know him, Joe Toast.
Tosti, yeah.
So I know he does
I've been on
something.
his show a couple of times. He's done some really cool podcasts.
Yeah, so he has like, or it's like tech tables, right?
Yep.
Where he kind of travels around. But I
In
think,
fact, he did one at GMI where Tim and I did a like joint thing, and he had a bunch of other people from the community in. It was really cool.
yeah, no, I saw it, and that's why I was thinking like, oh, he's obviously doing something. He's making a living with it. I'm gonna hit him up one of these days to be
You
like,
should. Let me know if you need me to help make that introduction, because
I've added him on LinkedIn, and I've kind of like said a couple of things on his stuff before, but it's like, hey, bro, how do I make money like you?
yeah, how do I do this?
I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just like showing up, hitting record, and seeing what happens.
Yeah.
I guess I don't have any like questions because, like, again, it was more so like a coffee chat.
Sure.
Like, we're just hanging out.
We need some more coffee then, man. Come on.
Yeah, actually, I need to get a espresso machine in here.
Get an espresso machine. I will even make my own espresso drink if you need me to.
Hey,
Fun fact, so this is not something that I talk about a lot, but both Michael Moore and I worked at the cafe in a Barnes & Noble in Yuma in high school. So I think that's where I get a lot of my, one, love for books, but also deep need for coffee.
okay. Well, I was actually going to ask you, what's something that nobody knows about you? And you kind of just said it.
I mean, that one is definitely on there. Another one, and this kind of ties back into your conversation of better understanding salespeople or technology people better understanding how sales work, is in that phase in the in-between where I couldn't figure out what I wanted to do with my life. In order to continue to stay here in Phoenix while I was taking all these community college credit hours, I did Cutco knife sales.
Also, you were a Cutco guy?
I was the Cutco guy, going door to door, strumming up leads and selling knives to all of my friends and family.
You know who's got a set of Cutco at home?
You?
Yeah.
Heck yeah. They're amazing, right?
Lifetime warranty.
Yeah, right? If you need me to come over and sharpen them for you, let me know. I still got my kit.
So I have the kit, like the handle where you kind of pull it.
Sure.
The one thing I don't like is the serrated blades. You can't sharpen on that.
That's right. You got to call your Cutco representative to come out and sharpen them for you.
And then here's the annoying part. Cutco person shows up. All of a sudden, I got a new.
Would you like to buy
set.
more knives? That's right. Oh, we know what we're doing.
Yeah, and so they got me on the last one because I had to go in and sharpen. His Cool Hands Luke is the guy that's based out of Arizona.
That's his name.
Cool Hands it's in my phone. It's Cool Hands Luke.
That's amazing.
And he has it where his name has a star. So like the ASCII character, because of like, it's almost like putting an exclamation mark.
Sure.
At the
it shows up at the top of it.
Yeah. And I do that all the time, right?
Yeah.
Or if it's numbers, date it kind of thing. So in his not signature, but in his contact key, he used the star. So then when I go to my contacts on my phone, he's at the very top. Cool Hands Luke. I'm like, all right. Clearly he knows
what he's doing.
He's doing it, but I go there to get my set sharpened, and it's the one I got at Costco. So it was like, I don't know, it's like middle of the line. Like it's probably 8 or 9 like individual knives.
Yeah.
And then like the set, like the 2 chef's knife, the 2 bread knives, paring knife, and like 3 other ones.
Sure.
I go in there and he's like, hey, you need a knife? I'm like, nah, I'm good. He's like, what about if you had it for like a business card? I go, what do you mean? So he like shows me this Rambo knife. It's like this long. And it's KB, no, RK. There's a certain brand that Cutco bought that makes these knives, specialty knives.
Yeah.
And he's like, what if we put your name and your phone number on the card or on the knife? And I go, I mean, that'd be kind of cool.
You going to pull out a Bowie knife and show it off to give people your name and phone number?
Well, I bought it as like a test to see, and I never bought any more. But he was like, just imagine this. It's the only business card that you can tell people it's dishwasher safe. And I'm like, all right, guys. How much is it?
Good job, sales guy.
$100? Buy it. Or I think it was like 150.
Nice.
But he gave me like a special deal, free engraving.
Yeah.
So I have a like Rambo knife.
I love it.
That's like this long.
Yeah.
That Rambo would be proud of.
Sure.
In somewhere. I don't know. It might be in a car somewhere, trunk somewhere that I bought because I was like, yeah, this is actually pretty cool.
Nice.
So the random story. So Cutco worked at a coffee shop.
One of my first jobs in high school was working at a daycare.
Oh, bless your soul.
Yeah, because my mom was a teacher, she had a lot of friends that ran like outside daycare services, and basically said like, this is going to be your summer job. My friend said she'll give you a job. You'll make $12 an hour or whatever. Go show and hang out with a bunch of little kids. Make sure they don't get into too much trouble. Maybe you'll go on field trips with them and that kind of stuff. And yeah, I think it definitely helped me to learn patience.
Yeah, dealing with kids, you gotta be patient. Yeah, especially if they're dumb.
Yeah.
Yeah, I kid.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think I feel like we cover a lot of different things, and I hope that the people that are listening, they're not looking for like a technical deep dive, or like anything like that.
Well, I'm a dumb manager in my day job, so that's the wrong podcast for that.
Yeah, we're just
this is fun stories with Ryan and Fern.
Yeah, just hanging out. Oh, you know what? Since it is kind of late, I wonder if my wife. I mean, she has a tracking on me. Oh yeah, she texted me 18 minutes ago and says, "You good?"
I know we did joke that I might get murdered coming here, but I mean, you never know who you're inviting to these things.
I felt pretty good about this one.
Thanks. I think that was a small guy joke, actually.
Was it?
Yeah.
I don't remember that one.
Yeah. Just like me making fun of you for being fat, you're making fun of me for being small. Like, I think I could take you.
Oh no, that wasn't even. I was basing it off of the fact that everyone that's been on here knows who you are.
That's fair, yeah.
And they didn't say you were crazy.
Yeah.
So,
do you have a calendar somewhere that says I was going to be here today?
No.
There you go. No one knows I'm here.
Oh, I'm not out the woods yet. Yeah, I let her know I'm still alive.
That's good. Life is good.
Yeah, especially with her. She's like, oh, where's he at? Like, oh, item. It's okay. I got trackers on me.
There you go.
So I always ask for input too. So I'd just be curious too. So maybe good, better, best, or good, bad, ugly. Like, so if you're to tell someone, so say if I reached out to someone and say, hey, don't listen to me, hit up Ryan and see what he says.
Yeah.
Where have I done well? Where could I improve? And where should I just stay away? If that even exists, maybe I'm just like awesome all around. But
so one, you've done great in just making this conversational. Like I said at the beginning, I'm not like super into pre-scripted questions. I do kind of like sort of the fireside chat style where sometimes there is sort of like an overarching theme and someone's kind of driving it. I think that's great. For this sort of format, it's great to have it be sort of conversational and just be random conversations, right? Like it doesn't need to be around anything specific, especially given that like you're trying to humanize and connect with people. I think that's good. So keep doing that. Don't Don't try to like pigeonhole it into a tech podcast or a cyber podcast or whatever, right? Just like, we're going to hang out with some cool people in the community. We're going to talk about who they are and what they do. And if they want to talk about the stuff they're working on, great. If they want to nerd out on something specific, great. Just let them do it, right?
Yeah. Kind of free float.
Yeah, I like it. Let it be jazz, right?
Yeah, just as long as you're in the right chord or in the right
key.
yeah, I was like, chord's the wrong word.
Let's be in the right key, and we can riff off each other and improvise a little bit.
Okay.
Play some cool music. I like it. So that's good. Definitely stay away from like the salesy nonsense, which I don't feel like I even need to tell you that, but like, we're not going to have a vendor in here sponsoring the show talking about whatever their product is and trying to sell to whoever you're bringing on the show. I think that probably goes without saying. It detracts from, like, again, sort of the free flow conversational, we're just going to hang out and have a conversation kind of thing. I think that's cool.
Be nice.
Outside of that, I don't know. And like, you did a really good job. I like this. This was a good discussion, good conversation. We kind of went all over the place, which, like I said, I really appreciate sort of like mapping the chaos of the universe with you, which is fun. And seeing your head like do the explosion and then come back. Yeah, it's good.
Yeah, I definitely get a lot of random thoughts.
I appreciate it.
I might be undiagnosed something.
I feel like all of us are an undiagnosed something, man.
Yeah.
That's how that works.
But it helps because I can jump from different things.
Yeah.
And then sometimes I'm sitting there and I'm talking and in my head I'm thinking like, how does this actually tie back? Oh yeah, here we go.
That's right, yeah.
Right. So then we
find
just
the
like,
thread.
We found it and just like strung onto it. Okay. So nothing bad.
No, I don't have anything bad. Like, maybe wear some pants next time.
Jeez. I know. I can't believe these knees are out right now. I'm never like self-conscious about this.
Bees out, knees out. I don't know. We'll have to come up with something.
This is crazy. I didn't even shave my legs for this.
Nice.
Yeah. No, I think
do some calf work before next time.
Yeah.
Show. Yeah.
I mean, yeah, these things are kind of weak right now. Honestly, these things are softer than like a baby's poop. Yeah, nothing there.
You just got to carb load before you come on the show. That's what it is.
Trust me, I've been carb for a while.
Chuck some more of that sugar.
Trust me, we're carved up.
There you go.
Well, okay. I think that's good. I think, my I don't know what my goal is.
Yeah.
I think it's more so just to meet people. And I feel like I'm getting really good at just having really long conversations with people that I've never met.
Yeah. Well, and just like overcoming the fear of reaching out to these people and saying like, hey, do you want to have a conversation? And I feel like I include myself in this. Like, you'll find the people that want to have those conversations and the people that don't, like, they won't respond to you. And frankly speaking, that's okay. Like, you want to meet and talk to the people that want to talk to you.
Yeah.
And all of the people that you've had on the show before me are fantastic, amazing people that have fantastic, amazing stories. And they're also humble and willing to have that conversation with just about anyone. And I feel like if people don't want to sit down and talk to you, then like that's them. That's not you.
Yeah, yeah. No. And it saves me a bunch.
Yeah.
saves me some dough. Maybe the last question I have is, so who do you think would be a good future guest?
Well, I already named a couple. I think Tim would be fantastic. Michael Moore would be good. I'll yell at him and get him to respond back to you.
Just have him go on LinkedIn and look for Fern.
Yeah.
And then just click accept.
Yeah.
And then that Darkness My Old Friend song, they can just like cut that.
And then he'll unfriend you. And then, yeah.
Yeah, I've had that happen too. I don't yeah, LinkedIn's just a weird place.
I'd love to have, frankly speaking, like more of my team come talk to you. I think you met Erica at one of the events. She's our chief privacy.
Erica with 2 Ks.
Yes, Erica with 2 Ks. Erica.
Yeah. No, I met her at
maybe at CactusCon because she was at the CISO track. She goes to. I'm trying to drag her to more events. But she's got a background in K-12 as both an educator and an IT director.
Oh, she was a teacher?
Yeah, she was a teacher, and now she's doing security, and privacy, and compliance stuff. Yeah, so she's got some really cool stories to tell. She's also got a feisty Jersey attitude, which is fun. So she'd be great to talk to. Nan Pham, my statewide program manager, also really cool background. Prior to coming to my team, she worked for the Phoenix Chamber Foundation doing cybersecurity workforce development. Before that, she was doing like tutoring and workforce development in higher ed.
Okay.
And I'll let her tell her story, but she's got some really cool stories to tell. Her family came over from Vietnam. Really interesting background there. So,
okay. Yeah, that'd be interesting to hear. Like, did they come in after the 70s?
yes. So they came over after the war or at the end of the war, escaping all the things happening over there. Well, and we'll let her tell her story. But yeah, really, really interesting background.
Yeah.
And again, it highlights something that I've talked a lot about, which is sort of like these wiggly paths into and out of the cyber profession. And that's why I sort of half jokingly said, you are a cyber professional. Like, even if you don't feel like it, you are actively helping to defend all the things that we consider to be important by helping to get the message out, by being part of the community, by helping us to boost the things that we're doing. Like, you are just as important to this as me or as the rest of the people doing the work on the ground or in cyberspace, right?
Yeah, maybe that's why Mike had me on that call.
Yeah.
Last Tuesday? Or no, this Tuesday. I don't think you were on that one. It was the CISO in the box.
Oh, yeah. I tried to be there. I got pulled into something else, unfortunately.
That was like the all-star team.
Yeah.
I hopped on that. I was like, oh, geez.
Yeah.
So actually, there's a gentleman named Jason Redimus.
Yeah. Yeah. He's at Shamrock.
Yeah.
Super sharp. He'd be great.
He's another guy that, hello darkness me.
Well, fortunately, know some people.
Yeah.
Yeah, he'd be great. You guys can also talk about stringed instruments because he was at Fender before.
Okay.
Yeah.
So there's tons of people.
Yes.
I just gotta. It was just kind of like how Mike Eccles probably told you. I just gotta get like, hey, like over here, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I think we got a good list of people. I'll probably reach out to a few of them and say, hey, like, what's up?
Yeah.
Wanna show up?
Yeah, and again, if you need me to help, like, poke at him a little bit, I certainly can.
Okay. Yeah. There is one person, James Costello.
Yeah.
I guess he was over at SRP when everyone was at SRP.
Yeah.
And everyone's like, oh, he'd be a great person.
Yeah.
He's also probably the hardest person to ever reach.
I haven't talked to James in a while, but he would definitely be a good one to talk to.
So I've got kind of like a list of people that I've reached out to that haven't responded. People that I reached out to that I kind of say, yeah, let's figure it out.
I do have one more that was part of the original Maricopa crew that I think would be a good conversation. And fun fact, Michael Moore was part of the original Maricopa crew too. David Boynton, he's now the CISO over at APS, but he was the CISO at Maricopa County before Eccles took over.
Oh, okay.
So
interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've heard that name because Lester told me about him.
Yep.
I think Lester knew him or something.
Yeah. Yeah. He's been around in the community for a really long time.
So he's two Lesters before Lester.
Correct. Yeah. Technically, there was another guy after Eccles before Lester, but yeah.
So like 2 months though.
Yeah.
Okay. I've heard about that. Heard that person's name. I don't remember what it was, but
yeah.
Okay. So yeah, we got a good list of people. So I guess with that, we'll just end the inevitable.
Yeah.
We're out.
We out. Mic drop. Director.
Oh, she was a teacher?
Yeah, she was a teacher. And now she's doing security,
right?
Privacy, and compliance stuff. Yeah. So she's got some really cool stories to tell. She's also got a feisty Jersey attitude, which is fun. So she'd be great to talk to. Nan Pham, my statewide program manager, also really cool background. Prior to coming to my team, she worked for the Phoenix Chamber Foundation doing cybersecurity workforce development. Before that, she was doing like tutoring and workforce development in higher ed.
Okay.
And I'll let her tell her story, but she's got some really cool stories to tell. Her family came over from Vietnam. Really interesting background there. So,
okay. Yeah, that'd be interesting to hear. Like, did they come in after the 70s?
Yes. So They came over after the war, or at the end of the war, escaping all the things happening over there. And we'll let her tell her story. But yeah, really, really interesting background.
Yeah.
And again, it highlights something that I've talked a lot about, which is sort of like these wiggly paths into and out of the cyber profession.
Mhm.
And that's why I sort of half jokingly said, you are a cyber professional. Like, even if you don't feel like it, you are actively helping to defend all the things that we consider to be important by helping to get the message out, by being part of the community, by
Yeah.
helping us to boost the things that we're doing. Like, you are just as important to this as me or as the rest of the people doing the work on the ground or in cyberspace, right?
Yeah, maybe that's why Mike had me on that call
Yeah.
last Tuesday. Or no, this Tuesday. I don't think you were on that one. There's the Cecil in the box.
Oh, yeah. I tried to be there. I got pulled into something else, unfortunately.
That was like the all-star tea.
Yeah.
I hopped on that. I was like, oh, geez.
Yeah.
So actually, there's a gentleman named Jason Redimus.
Yeah. Yeah. He's at Shamrock.
Yeah.
Super sharp. He'd be great.
He's another guy that, hello darkness me.
Well, fortunately, know some people.
Yeah.
Yeah, he'd be great. You guys can also talk about stringed instruments because he was at Fender before.
Okay.
Yeah.
So there's tons of people.
Yes.
I just gotta, well, just kind of like how Mike Eccles probably told you.
Mm.
I just gotta get like, hey, like over here, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I think we got a good list of people. I'll probably reach out to a few of them and say, hey, like, what's up?
Yeah.
Wanna show up?
Yeah, and again, if you need me to help, like, poke at him a little bit, I certainly can.
Okay. Yeah, there's one person, James Costello.
Yeah.
I guess he was over at SRP when everyone was at SRP.
Yeah.
And everyone's like, oh, he'd be a great person.
Yeah.
He's also probably the hardest person to ever reach.
I haven't talked to James in a while, but he would definitely be a good one to talk to.
So I've got kind of like a list of people that I've reached out to that haven't responded. People I've reached out to that I kind of said, yeah, let's figure it out.
I do have one more that was part of the original Maricopa crew that I think would be a good conversation. And fun fact, Michael Moore was part of the original Maricopa crew too. David Boynton, he's now the CISO over at APS, but he was the CISO at Maricopa County before Eccles took over.
Oh, okay.
So
Interesting.
yeah.
Yeah, I've heard that name because Lester told me about him.
Yep.
I think Lester knew him or something.
Yeah. He's been around in the community for a really long time.
So he's two Lesters before Lester.
Correct. Yeah. Technically, there was another guy after Eccles before Lester, but yeah.
For like 2 months though.
Yeah.
Okay. I've heard about that for that person's name. I don't remember what it was, but
yeah.
Okay. So yeah, we got a good list of people. So I guess with that, we'll just end the inevitable.
Yeah.
We're out.
We out. Mic drop.